Good morning, welcome along to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And what a day we have ahead of us here in Portsmouth, where 5 of the 6 qualifiers for tomorrow evening's final will be finalised. And we're going to be watching it in the fine company of the asset Paul Nicholson. Let's begin by talking about last night, because we saw the return of Mike van Dijvenbode on the stage. Didn't quite know what to expect from him, but what we saw was really, really good, top of the table.
Yeah, great start from Mike. We spoke with him just before he left the building around 1:30 in the morning, and he said the conditions were pretty tough. He had a few darts slipping out of his hand, but I think everybody found it a bit challenging last evening and into the early hours. But we know that Mike can play darts. It's just a question of how well he could play, and last night there were some very encouraging signs.
Well, Mike van Dijvenbode tops the group from Scott Mitchell. That action will get underway from 10 p.m. this evening. But this afternoon is all about the culmination to Group C, where Thomas Banks leads the way going into the second day's play. And he really was the player of the day yesterday. Yeah,
I think over the last 3 days, we can say hand on heart that Thomas Banks has been the player possibly of the week so far. And he's not even in Saturday yet. But he's got a great chance of doing that for the first time today. Averaged over 90 yesterday. He's still hitting a lot of maximums, and he looks head and shoulders above everybody else at the minute. It's just a question, in my opinion, of when he gets to Saturday. If he doesn't, he's going to have some sort of crazy come down, but I just don't see that happening.
Well, he was 15-2 yesterday to go on and win the group. We'll talk more about that in a second. But Simon Adams in second place. He's the king of the 4 frees.
Isn't he just? He's been working his way through the days. Physically, it's demanding for him. He's the oldest player here this week. He has been getting through games that maybe other people would lose, maybe saving his best darts for leg 7s. I'm not sure he can do that today. I think you've got players who started their campaigns yesterday who are going to be a bit more at it today, like Atkins, like Campbell, and Grayson, who was pretty impressive himself at times. I think Adams is going to have his best day of the week if he's going to make Saturday for a second time.
Well, this is how the table looks going into the final day's play. Thomas Banks leads from Simon Adams. The rest of the bunch are on 4 points going into the final day's play. Let's see what that table then does in terms to the bookmakers' odds, because there's been a sizable change in the betting. Thomas Banks was the 15-2 fifth favourite, second outsider, now the 8-11 on favourite. Simon Adams was 12-1 and now 13-2. We thought that the bookmakers got it wrong yesterday, and the prices today are indicative of that.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're feeling a bit smug today. Let's face facts. We thought that the odds compilers got it wrong. We were right on this occasion, but the job isn't done yet. That's the thing. It's only 50% of the way through the group. Thomas has now got to try and finish the job. But what he proved on Thursday is that the odds were wrong. Now, let's see if he can finish it.
It's 18 plus, speedgambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series. Our first game of the session sees Simon Adams up against Martin Grayson. An early one this morning, I caught up with Simon. Well, Simon, it's never dull when you're here at the Modus Super Series. It's been quite the week this week. How have you found it from your perspective?
I started off with the odds of 50, 50-1. And then I started Group C with 12-1. So it shows there's improvement. Yeah.
In terms of the way you've played this week, how would you assess it? Because you've had a lot of games that have gone 4-3. A matter of fact, you've played over 90% of the legs that you could have played this week.
I always go off the premise that the more darts I play, the better I get. I think that is what I envisage for the people back home as well. We should play more. Mm-hmm. And we can only improve if we play more. Repetition is the mother of all learning, man.
And in terms of today, you got an opportunity to make it through to the finals again. You made it through in your first appearance. How much would you love to make it 2 out of 2?
Well, I always play to win. It will be great to be successful again. But as I say, my victories don't come at the hockey. Mm-hmm. My victories is the respect I earn from my fellow players, my family at home, friends, the people I serve at home. That is my victory. It's difficult to play against a guy like me that never loses. I only learn and I win. But I'm giving it my best shot.
Well, hopefully there'll be some more winning and maybe a bit of learning in there as well. Simon, good luck today.
Thank you so much.
such an infectious personality is Simon Adams, and he takes to the stage here against Martin Grierson. It's our first game of the morning session here at the Live Lounge. It was a game won yesterday, right at the end of the day, around about 6 o'clock, by Grierson by 4 legs to 2. It was actually a high quality affair. Adams had the higher average, 92, compared to the 90 of Grierson. But it was 4 from 4 on the doubles for Martin that got him over the line in that particular contest. As far as Grierson is concerned, it's a third appearance here at the Super Series, looking to harvest a first finals night appearance as the former Challenge Tour quarterfinals, playing some really good stuff locally as the man from Salisbury, and he takes on the man from Port Elizabeth in South Africa, Simon Adams, the 56-year-old who played at the World Championships last year, the first South African to grace this stage. Devon Peterson, of course, subsequently went on to play here. And we're going to see another South African in a later week in Kendrick Kordoom, who's going to be playing here. The first ADG qualifier will make their way to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But it's all about today. It's an intriguing day, and we're going to watch all the action in the company of the asset, Paul Nicholson.
25 games of darts between now and around about
First
1:15 in the
Martin
morning
to
tomorrow.
throw first. Game on.
Sit yourselves down, get comfortable, and let's see who's going to join Conor Heenahan into Saturday night then. And if you are on the move, just make sure that you are in a safe position to watch the darts.
60.
And don't get too nervous if you do have allegiances today. You might be really close to the likes of Simon or Martin or one of the other players thinking, come on, get yourself into Saturday night.
60.
Let the players feel the pressure because they're the ones in control. It's actually harder to watch than it is to play. And everybody has still got a chance. Always a good thing after
96.
a Thursday, Henry. That every player can still make the top 2 in the Group C table.
And it's not something we always say here at the Super Series. In fact, more often than not, you rule out 1 or 2 when it comes to the final session. But a couple of points separate
80.
the final qualification spot, which Adams currently occupies, and the player at the bottom of the group, Moreno Brom, who could have so easily himself be in second place going into today's action. But for Grierson,
140.
his performances didn't quite herald the results you'd feel. 89 average for the day, 38% when it came to the finishing, but only picked up 4 points for those efforts. And
100.
well, he lost in his first game yesterday against Thomas Banks of an average in excess of 96.
If he averages 96 against Simon here, I'm going to say that he wins the game.
105.
Trying to beat Thomas Banks this week is proving to be a harder task as days go by.
123.
Very well done from Adams.
Martin, you require 100.
Leaves a finish just in case Martin doesn't clear up 100. He does clear it up.
First leg,
That's a very nice start, isn't it?
Started yesterday with a ton plus checkout. Starts today with a ton plus checkout. Right
Second
on
leg,
the
it's
nose.
Simon to throw first. Game on.
Everything about that leg from Martin was just solid. But there's times this week where
140.
Simon has given us a spectacular. Perhaps the one thing we would echo is that it's been a case of either magnificent or a little bit below par. There's not really been a middle ground for Simon this week.
140.
Well, that's why we have an average to calculate after every day and for the week. Yesterday, 80.95 as an average, and I think
85.
that signifies exactly where he is. There's been a lot of low 70s stuff, but there have been a few games in the mid-90s.
100.
And he must be one of those difficult players. And remember, if you are punting 18 plus B, gambleaware.org, must be one of those difficult players to wager how he's going to do, because nobody really knows what he's going to do from one game to the next.
I think the key to playing Simon is that you don't play him. You play the game. There are certain players you play the board. Others you play the player.
100.
It very much depends on how comfortable you are with your opponent. The example of
45.
that in this
Martin,
group
you
is
require
definitely
161.
Blom against Banks. They just play the board because they're so comfortable with the pace. If you're uncomfortable with the pace of the play,
26.
you've just got to figure it out.
Simon, you require 136.
136 for Adams. Now one of them will leave double eight. Is it going to go? And so Grierson will get a break opportunity.
96.
The 135
Martin,
be
you
second
require
consecutive ton plus check out in
135.
2 legs.
Beautiful. Doesn't need the bullseye anymore. He was hoping for a shot at tops.
77.
That's exactly where Simon Adams
you
is going.
require
Do you know what
40.
would be a really nice turn of events here? You know he has this celebration if he hits a double. If he hit it and he clicked both fingers. Like the Adams family. He's not going to do it. And he
No
hasn't hit
score.
tops either, offering Martin
you
a chance of
require
doubling
58.
his advantage.
Simon Adams a bit more like another one of those shows. These Sunday, Monday, happy days. But he's hoping that Saturday is the day. But Grierson's looking to make it to 2.
38. Simon, you require
He didn't expect
40.
him to miss that. And I'm sure Simon felt the same way.
Well, there were misses that didn't come yesterday, were they? But no player's been given more opportunities this week than Simon Adams.
20.
But he's unable to take
Martin,
advantage
you
of those.
require 20.
Two fives. Seen a lot of people in this department this week.
15. Simon, you require 20.
I think if you add up the amount of darts at double we've had this week, it's got to be up there with one of the biggest numbers because of the amount of misses and the amount of legs we've seen.
But Adams
Getting
don't
Sean
care.
his
He's
second
level at
leg, Simon
1-1.
Adams.
And regardless of the circumstance that comes of a leg win, you will
Third
always
leg, it's
see
Martin to throw
those
first.
hands of appreciation.
Is that a compass that he's got on his shirt?
Indeed.
$41.
Has he ever told you why he's got a compass on the shirt?
Do you know what? No, he hasn't.
Do you know what it is? I think some dart shirts are just
55.
a dart shirt and people wear them and they don't have a story. But some people have an enormous amount of thought going into every design. Mikura Suzuki's shirt, she used to have
59.
a cat on there, she still does, that had one eye. And she said something along the lines of, it'll have 2 eyes when I win 2 world titles.
81.
And she did. It all goes back to what you want to do. For instance, my dart shirt that I have now, it is an incomplete design
125.
on purpose. It's manga on the back in Japanese art with my logo, but there's no colouring in to signify that my journey's not finished.
60.
I think each dart shirt should tell a story, a bit like a kid's book. It should be easy to understand.
And what we've also learned from that is the Paul Nicholson
60.
journey isn't finished yet. So maybe watch this space.
Nobody's journey is ever done. Well, I suppose unless your name's Andy Murray. But we have a sport that
121.
allows you to express yourself in many different ways. You see, Martin's shirt is very much a typical dart shirt that you would find in lots of places. Simple name on the back.
140.
It's obviously a dart shirt 'cause it's got a dart and a dartboard on it. Some people don't want to tell a story, but I'm intrigued by the compass. It shows where he's from. And I think there are people out there who tell
Martin,
great
you
stories
require 76.
with their attire.
Grierson made a bit of a hash
Simon,
of
you
that
require
76, but he's
139.
hoping that Adams cannot take out the 139. And he would be right in that thinking, and so Grierson will get an opportunity at tops. But it,
103.
been a
Martin,
bit of a
you require
stop-start
40.
performance so far for the man from Salisbury.
I think that's very fair. Double 10. And yet again,
35.
Simon
you
Adams has
require
been given
36.
opportunities. Can he gobble this one up to take the lead? There is no way that he should be in the lead in this match.
Game shot
But
on
he
the
is.
third leg. Simon Adams.
He's doing what he's doing all week. He's finding ways of getting in front and winning matches.
Fourth leg. It's Simon to throw
Our friend and
first.
colleague Chris Mason says all too often, you don't write averages on
Game on.
trophies. And if your name's on pot, your name's on pot, lad. And Simon Adams may well be playing those two definitions right down to its core.
108.
There's only one time they write averages on a trophy. And that's if you get the biggest average trophy. But not many clubs do that anymore.
45.
Because clubs and academies are starting to clue up to the fact that averages mean very little. Look at Adams this week.
100.
Put him in a different week. He might have been completely obliterated in Group A and Group C. But this week, all he's got to do is beat who's in front of him, and he's in a positive position.
46.
He wins this game, he stays in second position in the table ahead of Grierson, and he goes to 8 points with Banks. And he will have a very good hope of getting to the points total that he needs to make Saturday.
38.
Now, Grierson has not made a Saturday before.
81.
How will that affect him today? Is it possible that he could want to make Saturday too much?
There is a possibility, but I also think at the same time, having watched a
41.
lot of Martin at local level, that I think he's playing as well now as we've ever seen him play. And so he'll feel like this is his best opportunity yet to progress through.
97.
Put it this way, in the
Simon, you require
local
142.
tournaments, they have a finals night next week. He's top seed in a tournament which has the Whitlocks in, the Coles in, the Mitchells in, the Morris is in. Is Adams going to take out the 142? Not on this occasion.
134.
There's nothing Martin can do about Simon's position all of a sudden.
$140. Simon, you require 8.
Adams, 2 from 9 on the doubles in this match. That's
Game
just
shot on
improved.
fourth leg. Simon Adams.
3-1 to the South African.
We could well have a game involving
Fifth leg. It's Martin
Simon
to throw
Adams.
first.
Slip of the
Game
tongue
on.
was always going to happen. That may not go 4-3. Now, in yesterday's session, out of a maximum of 105 legs that could have been played, we played 95 of them.
80.
In a week where we have 104 games. But that is a lot of legs. And when you consider that Tuesday saw 96, this is a week
95.
has seen maybe more legs than any other to this point.
Well, speaking to one of our producers this morning, who's a real stats buff and actually puts the likes of me and you
46.
to shame with some of the stats that he knows. And he was calculating the amount of legs that Simon Adams has played this week, and it was in and around the 90% mark of those he could have played.
81.
That's tough going, especially for the oldest player here. He was saying to us this morning as well, Henry, that he is due to get a procedure to improve one of his hips.
120.
So he's not 100%.
And you could tell at points, particularly towards the end of the day yesterday, particularly moving on his right hip, there was one or two difficulties, but there's nothing wrong with this. Nothing wrong at all. It's his second max of the match and is on the cusp of a 4-1 win here against Grierson to move on to 8 points. And there could be a bit of table separation beginning to develop.
60. Simon, you require 145.
Just think about those chances that Grayson had in legs 2 and 3. They seem like an eternity ago now.
9 missed darts at a double for Grayson, and that's
26.
what looks like it's going to come back to cost him. However, Adams hasn't really put much of a hole in the 145, and so Grayson has an outside opening here if he can find something tangible.
57. Simon, you require 119.
Simon should start in the 19s. Yesterday when he had 119, he started on the 20s. 62 left. And no shot. He knew exactly when he threw that it wasn't going to hit a 12.
Dart players know when a dart is good and when a dart isn't straight away.
80.
However,
Jack 79. Martin, you
he's
require
left himself on top.
138.
Grayson back for 138 to bring it back to 3-2. Well, the only leg he's won in this game was with a ton out. He's not going to find a ton plus
84.
out here.
Simon, you
And Adams could
require
end the
40.
game here. If he can find tops, he'll move him on to 8 points. It'd open up a temporary 4-point gap to the rest of the field and be in a very good position to qualify again. Tops is what he wants. Tops is what he
And the
finds.
match,
And Simon Adams moves 4 points clear of the rest of the field in second place. A victory against Martin Grayson that could be so pivotal. He qualified last time for the finals, and that could be a big win, which helps him en route to doing so again. He gets the better of Martin Grayson by 4 legs to 1. It was those plethora missed doubles in the middle of the match that cost Martin so dearly. 9 all told. Adams wins 4-1. Coming up after the break, Jamie Atkins takes on Scott Campbell. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Simon Adams get the better of Martin Grayson by 4 legs to 1, average of 82.5 in that contest. Second up for us, Jamie Atkins up against Scott Campbell. Jamie, the 36-year-old from Warwick, England international, Challenge Tour finalist as well. He's hoping to make it through to the finals for the first time on his second appearance. Scott Campbell also on his second appearance. Was a semi-finalist the last time he was here, but that was just under a year ago. Went in as the bookmakers' favourite to win this group. In fact, he was 7-4 on. These were the two bookies' favourites to win Group C at the beginning of the day yesterday. It was a slow start for Campbell, but he got better as the day went along. Picked up a couple of wins towards the end, including in this game against Jamie to put himself in the mix. Whereas for Jamie, it was a bit of a compare and contrast where he won his first two games of the day yesterday and lost his last three. But how are this pair going to begin today, Paul Nicholson?
Yeah, let's find
57.
out. Jamie Atkins actually was given an invite to the Pro Tour event in Milton Keynes this morning, but he already had commitments. And it's good to see him here in Wolves colours. Both definitely in with a shout,
58.
but that win for Adams, creating that little gap between the top two and the next four players, it means that the first couple of rounds for the likes of Campbell and Atkins are now crucial.
125.
Whoever loses this match is definitely on the back foot.
To mop up the whole Wolves theory, he is a Wolverhampton Wanderers fan,
96.
but yesterday got a bit of jib for wearing colours that look remarkably like Aston Villa. He also got a text message yesterday from Scott Mitchell after his session finished.
83.
With a picture of Bournemouth's brand new third kit, which looked exactly like Jamie Atkins' shirt yesterday.
Oh.
So he's gone
60.
from being called Ollie Watkins to being called Dominic Solanke. He'd rather be called Connor Cody.
Just call him Steve Bullseye.
Oh, like it.
63.
Jackie Oatley's a big Wolves fan, isn't she?
She is. I saw Jackie recently at the Women's World Match Play. There with her family, just watching the darts. Yeah, big Wolves fan. Does a lot of work for American television for football
60.
now.
Scott,
Does a
you
great
require
job.
170.
King of the big finish yesterday was Scott Campbell. 158 and a 151. It saved his day. Especially
96.
that 151 to finish the
Jamie,
game
you
against
require
Atkins.
170.
What a shot that was. That's a better first start. Just can't nestle it under.
134. Scott, you require 74.
So 74 for Scott Campbell to get the break of throw in this opening leg. Said yesterday he was struggling with a bit of nerves. He felt like he was on debut again at the beginning of the session, but found his stride towards the end of the day.
54.
But he's looking to kick off better, and he's
Jamie,
missed a couple of
require
darts to
36.
win leg one. Double 18 for Atkins.
Game
And it's
shot of
1-0
first
to
leg,
the man
Jamie
from the
Atkins.
Midlands.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Now, how are you on your Scottish history, Henry?
Depends what we're talking about.
Well, it's not going to be football, so I'm going to educate you a little bit here.
123.
And you might think I'm crazy bringing up Scottish history. However, Scott is from Scotland, and he's called Campbell. Did you know that there was something happened in the late
58.
17th century called the Glencoe Massacre? Sounds a bit macabre, doesn't it? However, I do have a point. There was a big feud back
42.
then between two clans, the MacDonalds and the Campbells, leading to some pretty sinister events.
137.
Just a shade over 300 years later, you might think that all is forgiven. However, when I went to Glencoe a few months back, I learned from some very good local sources
85.
that there is still an establishment in Glencoe that does not allow anybody called Campbell to stay there because of their name.
53.
Isn't that quite interesting? That if you've, I don't know, come from another country, for instance, and you want to go and stay at said establishment, imagine trying to check in. They say, sorry, you're called Campbell, you can't stay
60.
here. And then they have to explain why. So Scott Campbell, if he wanted to go to the Clashing Inn in Glencoe, he can't stay there.
140.
Yeah, Bard.
It's not like he's done anything wrong.
Very
But
nice chap.
it's a really interesting story.
41. Jamie, you require 130.
You know what we should do? We should get a game between Scott Campbell and Sean McDonald here. Don't worry, there won't be any sort of
57.
toing and
Scott,
throwing
you
on the
require
dartboard.
150.
But it would be a nice time to talk about Scottish history.
Well, this leg may be more mystery than history for Campbell as Atkins looks at 56 to get the break of foam and open up a 2-0 lead and to
96.
really
Jamie, you require 56.
make a move in this first game of the day. This is a crucial match for the pair because Adams moved on to 8 points with that win against Martin Grierson.
36.
That dart was on such
Scott,
a
you
lovely
require
line, but
54.
it just dipped in the air and didn't have the weight that he wanted. So it could be 1-1.
Game shot on his second leg.
And it is
Scott
just like
Campbell.
that. That's a nice start for Scott because yesterday it just felt in his first
Third
couple of
leg,
games
it's
that he
Jamie
was
to throw first.
searching for something. He didn't
Game
look
on.
comfortable until maybe game 4 that he had.
$140.
Do you expect higher averages and more impressive performances from both of these players today, Henry, because they've had that first day to settle in?
100.
Particularly Jamie, who yesterday 84.29 was his running total for the day. 14 hits and 51 attempts at a double, 27% that is.
100.
All told, that is below his annual numbers. And the reason why I bring his annual numbers up maybe more than most players is he tends to play to those numbers more often than others. He's that consistent type. He's one of those players that you know
140.
exactly what you're going to get. You're going to get something that flatlines around 90, and you're going to get something in a doubling sense that's fairly good. But it was a bit below
91.
that par for the course for him yesterday. And I think he was the first to acknowledge it after the session ended.
$41. Jamie, you require 170.
Another crack at a big finish. The same one as before. This time he does get both trebles and decides not to go for it. Of course.
138.
Didn't even contemplate it, did he?
He's got a job to do.
100.
And how many times have we
Jamie,
seen
you
a
require 32.
play about with the bullseye and then lose the leg.
Game shot on the
And that is
third
a
leg.
total
Jamie
vindication as to his thought process there. 13 darter, double 16, pin first time. Atkins
Fourth
2
leg,
and
it's
up.
Scott to throw
You
first.
see Scott Campbell there doing
Game
a bit of
on.
a Simon Adams impression with both hands, but he was blowing fresh air on them. Now, in the playing arena this morning, it was a little bit cooler, but I'm sure the heat will start to rise
100.
as the day goes on. Before we go too deep in this game, though, Henry, I just want to send a happy birthday out to Dennis Smith. I didn't realise he was only 55.
97.
You see much of Dennis Smith when you were younger, watching darts?
Towards the latter ends.
He was the man who made the ponytail look cool after Chris Mason and
100.
before Simon Whitlock. But
80.
maybe the godfather of Wiltshire darts.
Dennis Smith or David Seaman, who had the better ponytail?
99.
Dennis Smith, not even an argument. And it is the birthday of the Womble, John Worsley, the man with the best collection of dart shirts that I know. Many happy returns, John. It's a nice time of year to have your birthday, isn't it? It's always
25.
pretty sunny and pleasant.
You know what they say? Only good people are born in August, Nico.
That's me out then. I think Mark Webster is born in August.
86.
His birthday pretty soon.
Mr. Murphy's tomorrow, isn't it? Hope you got the card in the post and all the rest of it.
People don't send cards anymore, do they?
My mum does.
Oh, isn't that sweet?
You've got to have one card on Valentine's Day, Nico, haven't you?
94.
Yeah, Mark Webster is 41 on the 12th of August. Sorry, Mark. Just let your age go.
Could be to have a birthday.
$89.
Yeah, good switching there from
you
Jamie. He was
require
just trying to find a path
102.
to a finish, and he did eventually, but it's still a difficult one. Campbell could equalise once again. Interesting. Very
74.
interesting. The lesser
Jamie, you
seen
require
54-28. Oh, look at this. Two tops.
91.
If he'd hit that,
Scott, you require
that could have changed this
28.
match in its entirety.
So Campbell gets another crack at double 14. Now down for sevens.
Game
No
shot on the
mistake.
four flag.
And
Scott
level we
Campbell.
are at 2 apiece. Probably a fair reflection
Fifth
on the
flag.
game
It's
so
Jamie
far.
to throw first.
No one's really
Game
done
on.
anything to stretch away an advantage in this contest.
100.
Well, Atkins now playing more to norm. Average of 88.87. 33% when it comes to the doubles. 2 from 6 on the outer ring.
83.
In fact, both players are kind of playing to their type. Campbell just a couple of points below his annual average here.
58.
But two players who are probably best known for their consistency. Maybe not players we'd expect the flashy 110 plus averages from,
140.
but two players of whom, when you see here, you expect to do a solid job.
Yeah, I think that's fair. We are talking about international players
84.
after all. I mean, Jamie Atkins last year was in the 4-person team playing in Esbjerg and made the team final with Scott Mitchell, James
85.
Horrell and Rhys Colley. That's pretty esteemed company. Ended up losing in the final 9-7 to the Netherlands, and their team was Wesley Plazier, Jelle Klassen, Barry Van Peer and Ryan de Vrede. I mean, that is a squad. That was not the team that Scott Campbell was in, but he is playing in the Europe Cup in Slovakia pretty soon.
Yeah, that should be a good tournament. Some real good teams taking
42.
part
Jamie,
in that.
require 118.
still a big pride in terms of playing for your country.
Come on, Jamie, you're going to have to take this out because you know what Scott Campbell does with a 1-5-1 against you. And if he hits it again, the game is going to change
44.
in the direction of the Scot.
Scott, you require 151.
Looking for inspiration. Looking for an inspired moment. Looking for the break. He was looking for the triple 20 and he couldn't find it. And so Atkins will return for 74 to put his nose back in front at 3-2.
65. Jamie, you require
Campbell will
74.
then be forced to save the match on throw. And he's going to get a couple in his hand at double 16.
Game
He's
shot
so
on the
good,
fifth
so
flag.
reliable on
Jamie
that
Atkins.
target. And that first dart was such a beautiful guide to knock in with dart 2.
Sixth flag. It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Atkins' second game is in game 6. And he's up against Banks as well. If he can walk away with 2 points here, it's not really about leg difference at this point.
60.
As much as he'd love to win 4-2 and maximise the amount of positive leg difference he can get, it's purely about the points at this stage. If he can be 4 points to the good going into round 3, he is
134.
definitely part of the equation. But for these chasers, 2 points from their first 2 matches is absolutely necessary.
140.
It's not a case of loser goes home, but the player who is defeated in this match has got a
100.
lot of work to do between now and the end of the session. At that point, they'd be relying on Moreno Blom to beat Thomas Banks just to keep everybody within a margin of one another.
He hasn't beaten him this week.
95.
And doesn't tend to start well either.
$59.
Honours even. Looks like this one might be going all the way. At this stage, it should. Or should we say, it could. Two very different words.
45.
Having said that, that 45 will give Jamie Atkins a really good chance of possibly getting this done in 6 legs.
100.
The
Scott,
ton
you
he will
require
take, but more,
161.
did he want something more than that? Absolutely, especially after the second dart.
Campbell unable to fire in the 161, and we know this is the type of territory where Jamie Atkins is very capable. And he's going to get a
57.
poke here at the 108
Jamie,
to
you require
get over the line
108.
and seal a 4-2 success. That it would be he that would move on to 6 points in the group, and he's going to get a dart, providing he stays straight. And that dart is going to be a double 16, which has been such a
76.
friendly game, but
Scott, you
isn't there to
require
win it.
104.
I noticed Campbell looking at the scoreboard when he was coming back from the board. And that hopeful look of, please don't hit that. Now that he hasn't, he's forced to hit this 104. Shots off, and now the chance
72.
falls in the lap of Atkins.
Jamie, you require 32.
It's been a tie who's been so good to him so far in this game. And it's the
Game
double
shot
16
and the
that
match.
wins him the
Jamie
game.
Atkins.
And it is a win that moves him on to 6 points in the group. It means he is well in the equation. As for Scott Campbell, well, it's another slow start for him, and he has got a lot of work to do from here on in. But for Atkins, that first game you felt was crucial. He wins it 4-2. He moves to within a couple of points of Banks and Adams, who are the top 2 on 8. And we're going to see Thomas Banks for the first time today after the break when he takes on Moreno Blom. It's top versus bottom. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jamie Atkins got the better of Scott Campbell by 4 legs to 2. That moves him on to 6 points. That's exactly the margin that Moreno Blom wants to move on to. But to do that, he has to get the better of Thomas Banks, who began the overnight lead. He had a 2-point lead at the top of the table on 8 points. Well, Simon Adams has moved on to that mark himself. However, he can re-establish that cushion if he can get the better of the Dutchman. It's the 5th meeting between this pair this week, and Thomas has won each of the opening 4. But Moreno needs to win this game, you feel, to stand any chance of staying in. He wouldn't be out of the equation. There'd still be 8 points left to play for, but a 4-point gap to Simon Adams is a huge margin to
First
make
leg,
up.
it's Thomas
And
to throw
the
first.
quickfire Dutchman hasn't really
Game
been
on.
known for his quickfire starts, but he's going to have to get off to a quick one here against the quickfire Thomas Banks, and this will be
97.
the quickest game of the session, bar none.
It'll be the quickest game of the week.
43.
Just to rub salt in the wound, Thomas Banks hasn't just beaten Moreno Blom for the last 4 days.
100.
He's beaten him every single way you can do it. He's beaten him 4-0, 4-1, 4-2,
52.
and 4-3. What's he going to do next? Beat him 5-0?
58.
He can't. It's just a joke.
Jack 43.
Don't at me.
Well, he could beat him 5 in terms of the personal head-to-head.
Yeah, nice play on words there. I like that.
86.
Weirdly, though, if you beat someone 5 times in 5 days, do you want them to qualify? Because you know you can beat them again.
Or does it go the other way, where
59.
someone's won 5 times, however the one time you beat them is when it matters the most?
Depends on the person, I guess.
99.
Banks doesn't look like he's struggling at the start of today. But I have a theory
137.
when it comes to Blom,
Thomas, you require 76.
which I will enlighten everybody about in the next leg.
72.
Which
Moreno,
could
you
be
require
with
70.
a Blom lead. Double top.
30. Thomas, you require 4.
And so Banks back down for double
Gates
2
on
to
the
take
first
out the
leg,
opening
Thomas
leg.
Banks.
Well, this is a familiar feeling for the pair, isn't it? Banks one up, Blom one down.
Second leg, it's Moreno to throw first. 125.
Yeah, my theory with Blom is that he's a better player when everything's on the line. That's why I believe he was better on
96.
Wednesday. We've seen it in previous weeks when he's been here. But if he doesn't show up
94.
at the start of today, he's not going to qualify. And I think that knowledge
134.
will fire him up. Question for you, though, Henry, is playing Banks now
119.
in his first round match a good thing to get it out the way? Or would he have rather
57.
have played him later?
But the theory in terms of playing him later is you can get the points from those in and around you, and maybe this game would be in irrelevance later on in the session. But however, if you can nick the points off of Thomas, then you put yourself in a
99.
good stead. Now, one thing has become very apparent straight away. Moreno Blom has slowed his pace down. It's still quick, but it feels very
174.
pedestrian
Moreno, you
compared to
require
what we're used to
64.
seeing from him. It's far more deliberate. It may well be far more successful. He thought that was in. But he's going to have to persevere to double 4. And then
Game shot on
find
the second leg.
to level up at
Moreno
1-1.
Blom. Third leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
That was a nice pick off there, wasn't it?
58.
That 15 darter was very measured. And I see what you're saying about his pace. He's still quick,
100.
but everything is more purposeful.
57.
Good thing, bad thing in your mind.
Good thing. Because I think sometimes quick players can just
100.
get too carried away with it. You've seen what Ricky Evans has done in the past. He had a great run yesterday, by the way, making the final of a Players' Championship. But
140.
we've seen it from these two guys this week. sometimes you can get wound up and you can be a crazy toy
55.
spinning around the floor. Sometimes it's better to just have a little bit less pressure and a bit more purpose and just
134.
gradually mosey your way through a match with purpose instead of playing fast, feeling excited and not doing things the right way.
$101.
195 is left.
Thomas, you
25
require
would have left himself on the fish. The
112.
bullseye leaves himself 145. But Banks first poke of the 112 to move his nose back in front of 2-1. Isn't going to go this time, and so Blom will get the break chance.
56.
Although it's a
Moreno,
very
you require
big break chance.
145.
And an impossible one now.
65. Thomas,
So
you
Banks
require
will return
56.
for 56. And now Tops,
Game shot on the third
perfectly
leg.
executed,
Thomas
perfectly in the top of the bed. And Banks is 2-up, all on throw so far.
And one of two things must
Fourth leg,
happen
it's
in this
Moreno to
match for
throw
Moreno.
first.
He needs an error from Banks,
121.
or the thing that he's in control of. He's got to get that next level stuff moving now. If he doesn't break through,
119.
Banks is going to go to 10 points. And Blom's going to stay on 4 with
81.
Campbell and Grierson. And it will tell us that after round 1,
58.
Banks strengthens his position. Adams puts himself in the frame,
139.
as has Jamie Atkins. Everybody else will have a lot more work to do.
57. Moreno, you require
Suddenly what looked like was a
160.
tight group, could be a 2-horse race, but this could be a big moment for Blom. But he cannot find the second treble, although he has got time on his side to
140.
square up at 2-2, and he leaves himself double 10 after a dozen.
59. Moreno, you
It's been
require
a case
20.
of the player with the darts dominating proceedings thus far. And that trend
Big shot on the
continues here. It's a
fourth leg,
14
Moreno
darter
Blom.
for Moreno Blom to square this contest up at 2 apiece.
I think it just goes to show how aware he is of everything at the minute. When he was
Fifth
about to
leg,
throw that
it's Thomas
second
to throw
dart,
first.
he understood the flight wasn't completely inside that stem top. So
99.
he stopped. He didn't want to throw it when it wasn't perfect. He is in tune
81.
with his game today.
One thing we know Moreno
93.
is a deep thinker about the sport.
140.
We've probably got more deep thinkers than people who don't think at all.
99.
It's better to have an autopilot. You always play your best games when you
118.
don't think. It's just the way it is.
134.
You said this week, Henry, that top-level dart players probably play their A game 10% of the time.
Thomas, you require 76.
But how often do they play their best level?
Game shot on the
How
fifth
often are
leg,
we seeing it
Thomas
from
back.
Banks? I don't think we're seeing his top level this week. We're seeing his good level
Sixth leg, it's
more
Moreno
often
to throw
as the
first.
week goes on.
But it's a very good base level. Well, he's playing pretty much
140.
to type. Average here, 90.28. His average for the day yesterday, 90.35. His
93.
doubling was delightful. Just over 1 in 3. 19 out of 55, 34%.
140.
It has been very, very good from Banks. It's been very attainable, the level he's been playing at all week,
58.
and an attainably good level. But Moreno is looking to fire back here and looking to send us to a
140.
last leg decider for the first time today. Leaves himself 81 after 9. But this is Moreno Blom to a T. When he is hot, he is red hot. It's been the
90.
bits in the
Moreno, you
middle
require
where there's been
81.
some concerns.
41.
That'll do very nicely. It's all going according to plan at this stage.
100. Moreno, you
If they're
require
both players,
40.
because they're both holding
Game
throw.
shot on his sixth leg.
And it's a
Moreno
13
block.
darter for Blom, but now Moreno's got to take the script and shred it.
Seventh and final leg. It's Thomas to throw first.
He's got to hope that his flair can overcome the
96.
consistency of Banks. He'll hit a lot of one treble visits, but Blom's got to find more, and that's what he's been doing in this game.
58.
The power scoring from Moreno has been superb. 9-ton pluses, 6-ton 40 pluses, but he needs to find out the crucial
59.
points here.
That's absolutely right.
100.
He might only get 180 in this game. If it's his next visit, it's the best visit of his match. And boy, could he use it. It's not going to leave a finish, obviously. It would leave 163.
58.
But if he can find it, advantage him.
Feels like a who blinks first type moment, doesn't it?
99.
Easy for us to say, but it is the
56.
biggest leg of his entire week.
And vice versa for Thomas. He'll know the
94.
circumstance that winning this leg would put him in. He'd put himself onto 10 points. He'd give himself a margin of 4 from Jamie Atkins in third. Remember, top 2 go
44.
through.
Moreno, you require 150.
But Moreno's got 6 here for 150 to get the job done. And he looked for the bullseye to
96.
leave himself tops, but he leaves himself 54 upon his return.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that shot, actually. At first, I'm thinking, what are you doing? But then you realise that Banks is on 188.
140. Moreno,
He's not
you
on it
require
anymore.
54.
Tops. He's
Game
found
shot
the
and
win
the match.
and the break
Moreno
in the last
block.
leg. A first win against Thomas Banks this week makes everything really interesting because the table is going to be almost symmetrical. Moreno Blom is part of the equation. Of that, there's no doubt. He's only in 4th position, but with that 93.77 average, I think that's his best performance of the week. And he might just be having a very good Friday once again. When we come back, it's going to be the start of round 2. It's time for Campbell to come back to take on Grayson.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed the first round of matches on this Friday afternoon, and it is a very interesting looking table at the end of it, because Thomas Banks has lost his first game. He was defeated by Moreno Blom 4-3 before the break. Simon Adams has moved on to 8 points of a 4-1 win against Martin Grierson. In the middle of that, Jamie Atkins beat Scott Campbell in the middle of the table, battled by 4 legs to 2, and so we have a fairly uniform table. 2 players on 8, 2 players on 6, 2 players on 4. Ahead of the meeting of the 2 players on 4 points, Martin Grierson and Scott Campbell. And then we got Simon Adams against Moreno Blom, and then Jamie Atkins against Thomas Banks. There is a possibility that by the end of this game, the loser of this one could be a little bit dislodged, but then the top 5 would all be within 2 points of one another. We could be having one of them grandstand finish Fridays here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and myself, Henry Deacon, will watch it all in the company of the asset, Paul Nicholson.
So by virtue of round 2 then, Henry, which is the biggest fixture? Which one could have the most impact? Is it going to be Campbell versus Grierson here? Is it going to be Blom against Adams next? Or is it going to be Atkins against Banks?
I reckon it might be the middle one, Adams against Blom, in the respect of out of the
First
2
leg,
players on
it's
8
Scott to throw
points,
first.
you would say Simon
on.
Adams is the most susceptible one, and you would expect Thomas Banks to bounce back. But then saying that, we just don't know what we're going to get in a game involving Simon Adams.
But we are now reaching the point where 4-point cushions
91.
are a lot more likely. Take that game with Adams and Blom next. Blom wins, he goes to 8 points alongside his opponent in that match. But if Adams wins,
100.
that 4-point cushion he creates, it feels wider because there's only 3 games left. This is what I like about this format the most, when the games
100.
are decreasing. They always are. But when you've got 3 rounds left, 2 rounds left, you know exactly what you can get. And if you've left it too late, it's bye-bye.
Well, there's a
40.
real situation here where it could be game on or game over. If the results move in the right direction, everybody could be on a couple of points of each other. But by contrast, if Adams and Banks wins their next games, then there'll be a 4-point buffer between the top 2 and then 3rd and 4th and 5th, respectively. And Banks and Adams play in the middle round of matches, so one of them in that scenario would be guaranteed a place
60.
through, and the other one would still be in a comfortable suit, 2 points in front with 4 points left to play for, as Campbell looks for the fish, but he's not going to net it on this occasion.
105.
Grierson's got to be careful here. He's already seen some of his leg difference butchered.
59. Scott, you require
He
65.
can't afford it to happen again. Otherwise, he's going to be cut adrift come the middle of this session.
Game shot on the first
Scott
leg.
Campbell's
Scott
got to get a
Campbell.
move on a little bit sooner than yesterday. I wonder if 8 points is going to
Second
be
leg,
good enough
it's
for him
Martin
today.
to throw first. Game on.
If he wants 8 points, he's going to have to win all of his remaining games. And that would get him to 12, which has always got a question mark against it.
45.
We always say, and it's very easy for us to say this from the commentary box, and easy for people to say that on our YouTube chat. 14 points, go through. 12 points,
41.
not so sure. It looks pretty good. But you do not want to be sitting on 12 or 10 and staring over your shoulder.
I think
100.
the Edgar theorem of the rule of 3 has had a couple of caveats in recent times, because when such theories existed, I think it's fair to say that at the beginning there was a big chasm in quality between the top and the bottom end of a Group C. Well, that gap has kind of squashed and squeezed in the middle a little bit. 14 usually is the mark, but because we're seeing more competitive Group Cs,
100.
12 is becoming a number with a decent legs difference more often. That can be one that sends you through.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But one thing I'm starting to see from Scott is a better rhythm.
60.
He looks way more settled today. I levelled, and it wasn't criticism, it was constructive feedback towards Campbell yesterday. He looked a bit unsure
30.
as to how fast he wanted to play. Today, he looks a lot better. And he's going to have to be better. You know those players who get success
60.
and they've been working really hard for it and they finally get over the line, like Mike DeDecker did yesterday. Do you know what the key is to further success? Working even harder. When you get that first big title, or that
97.
first big Saturday night
Scott, you require
here in
160.
Portsmouth, the key is to not sit down and rest too much on your laurels. It's constantly working hard. Tops.
140. Martin, you require 129.
The line was okay, but the length just dipped below a little bit. And so Grierson 129 to save his throw. He may just be, well, he's hoping for a dart at the bullseye. He's not going to get a dart at the bullseye. And so Campbell's going to come back for double 10 to
57.
double his lead.
Scott, you require 20.
He was all right on his doubles in his first match. He just didn't get enough opportunities.
Game
Right
shot on
now,
his second
things
leg.
are
Scott
definitely
Campbell.
trending in the right direction.
Well, as one player is reaching their
leg,
peak
it's
level,
Scott to
the
throw
other one is
first.
having a real off game.
on.
And you put them two together, you get a real one-sided contest. And that's what we've kind of got here. Campbell averaging just under 97. Grierson really struggling in this
78.
contest.
Well, let's face it, if you want to play for your
72.
country, you've got to be able to average this kind of stuff on a stage. Otherwise, when you play for your country in your colours, you're not going to succeed.
81.
96.97. That's what Scott was averaging after two legs. Just think about what that is in a one-dart sense. It's 32.3.
121.
That's really good, isn't it? Especially if you're doing it in an international shirt. Let me tell you a little story about when Phil Nixon, the great Phil Nixon, who's no longer with us,
60.
when he got reselected for England just over 20 years ago, he was given one game when he played in the home internationals.
100.
He averaged somewhere in the region of 98 in his game, and he won 3-0. What do you think happened to him after that? He was dropped
100.
because everybody else played better.
Well, Jamie Atkins is in a similar situation right now, where he was part of that World Cup squad that made that final, and then subsequently has been replaced by young whippersnapper Cameron Crabtree.
68.
And that's just the tough nature of international darts. Not just is it the biggest pleasure to play for your country, but it's also the most ruthless selection process.
Isn't it just?
140. Scott, you require 140.
Let's stay on that subject. Next leg. I think it's fascinating. He's on another checkout that requires two treble 20s, and he's got them both.
Game shot
Campbell!
on the third leg. Scott Campbell.
Absolutely fabulous. And
Fourth leg. It's
Grierson's
Martin to throw first.
demeanour right now is one
Game
of,
on.
oh no.
He knows he's in the mire. He's not playing well, but his opponent is playing superbly.
100.
Yeah, when you play for your country, you should be very, very proud of it. And if it's an occasion that you enjoy, you should want to do it again, right?
100.
Let me tell you a little story. I live in Portsmouth now, as you know, Henry. And I have one dart shirt on my wall in my place.
140.
Which one do you think it is?
I reckon it's Australia 2012.
Oh, no. That's right at the bottom of a bag somewhere with the
41.
medal. You aren't that far off. Some people might think it's the shirt you wore when you first made the World Championship.
100.
No, my friend in Northumberland currently owns that. He's the custodian of that. The shirt I wore when I won the Players. No, it isn't that. It is the one and only
50.
shirt
Martin, you require
that I was given by Dart
161.
Players Australia to represent them. And the darts I used that year. That is the only dart shirt I have on shore.
65.
And I'm probably more proud of that shirt than any I've ever worn.
Instantly going back to that game, you ever watched that back? That final?
Which one?
The World Cup final.
No. I don't watch those kind of games back.
100.
Too
Martin,
harrowing.
you require 96.
Well, 96 here for Grierson to pull one back, and we don't know how crucial leg difference is going to be, one way or the other. Will it be a help for Grierson or a hindrance for Campbell?
50.
He's himself 46. Campbell's had a real off leg here.
100.
How good is that
Martin, you
dart?
require 46.
Seriously, Scott. Don't miss, Martin. You're running the risk of losing if you miss this tops.
Game shot on a 4
Warning
flag.
well
Martin
heeded.
Grierson.
By the way, I might have just thought of a really good idea for our social team.
Fifth
Okay.
flag. It's Scott to throw first.
Players who come here
Game
have
on.
got to bring 2 or 3 of their dart shirts that they've won with or used in the past, and they've got to tell the stories of wearing those shirts.
108.
For instance, someone like Scott Campbell, he brings in the first shirt he wore as a Scotland international. He talks about it. Who wouldn't want to know that story?
100.
However, it's Simon Adams doing that interview. We'll need a 2-hour window for it.
So we turn it into a series. 20 episodes.
As long as we get to
81.
invoice.
Is that something you'd want to watch? With, let's say, Rob Thornton, or Martin Adams, or Devin Peterson.
100.
They bring in 3 or 4 of the shirts that they've worn, if they've still got them, and they tell us all about the experience of playing in that shirt and what it was like. That's the kind of thing I'd want to watch. Because I know that Rio
100.
Ferdinand and Wayne Rooney have done some stuff with old shirts that they've worn. Food for thought.
Well, there might be plenty of thinking for Martin Grierson to do here because he was in a position where he really could have made an assault at the table. But
100. Scott, you
2
require
defeats from 2 it may well
140.
be to kickstart his day. Leads himself on the cusp of elimination. Campbell's not going to find a second 140 out of the match, but he's got 6 to win it from here. What do you give for a treble with dart 3?
60.
It's okay. 80 after 12. He should get a dart upon his return.
It's definitely better getting 3 single 20s than pulling a dart into the 1 there. At least with 80 left,
60. Scott, you require
it's
80.
immensely likely he's going to get match darts or a single dart. And it's 2.
It's double 10. And now up for 2 5s. Has a little check and a glance over at the scoreboard just to see where Martin Grierson was at. And I
70.
think if Grierson wasn't on
Martin,
a finish,
you
he would have
require
laid
141.
up, found a single 2 to left himself double 4. Grierson was on a finish, but he's unable to take the 1-4-1 out, and so Campbell has a chance now to finally cross the finishing line.
95. Scott, you
With
require
his angle of
10.
entry, I think double 5 is the right play. Double 2.
6. Martin, you require 46.
4 match darts missed, and Grierson is still on the stage. Double 9 will keep him there for at least another 3 minutes.
Game shot on a 5th flag. Martin Grierson.
And this game goes on. We go back to 3-2. Grierson breaks back. And we'll have the throw here
6th flag.
to
It's
take
Martin
us all the
throw
way to a
first.
deciding leg.
Game on.
It'd be our second in succession following the game between Blom and Banks previously. But Campbell spurning a handful of opportunities to win the match.
58.
How crucial that could be, how it could come back to cost him. May not, in the short term, he may win this game 4-2, but the issue that he has is not just is he behind in terms of points, he could do with making up a bit of a gap in the legs difference.
140.
Scott is definitely throwing them with some vigour today, isn't he? That second dart was very impressive.
Are we at the point now where we're happy to put the first couple of games of yesterday
60.
down to nerves?
Oh, yeah. I think it's just down to the fact that he hasn't been here for a year. If Scott Campbell had been here every series, or say more often since
81.
last summer, maybe he wins those games. In fact, he probably does, considering the level of output that we saw from his opponents. But he'll be kicking himself if he lets this one go.
100.
Right, he's wrestled the throw away from Grierson here. And will leave himself first to finish. Couple of 140s in this leg. Has left himself on a finish after 9. It's been a real solid leg against the throw here from the Scot.
$96.
Not enough.
Scott, you require 140.
And yet again, Scott finds himself on the edge, where he can dive into the beautiful blue water of victory. But this time, on 140,
74.
he has to switch to get his way onto a two-darter.
Grierson can only hit and hope, and he's not really doing the hitting bit. Which means he's going to have to hope and hope and hope some more. And probably in his heart of hearts, he expects this game to be over here and now. Campbell is going to get a dart. A double 16 to win the contest.
34.
He's now had 5 match darts across 2 legs.
144.
It never felt likely, considering his approaches.
44.
And now Campbell
Scott, you require
has got
32.
3 darts for the match in the bottom left corner. To get his first victory of the day, of which I think he needs 3 more after this.
Double 8.
He's got an angle. If he hits that dart, it probably goes in.
No
Well,
score.
he tried to find that dart, but it clipped
Martin,
the other
you require
side.
100.
And that's now 8 darts he's had to win this match. And Grierson is hanging on by his fingertips here. He's already taken out a ton checkout today. Bends the wire,
60.
but cannot fire home.
Scott,
And
you
so
require
Campbell will get
32.
opportunities 9, 10 and 11 to win this game.
He wants this done. No more waiting. He wants it done with his 9th match dart.
He's played so well, but has toiled towards the finishing line. We're into double figures of mismatched darts.
No
That's
score.
now 11 mismatched darts
Martin,
for
you
Scott
require
Campbell.
40.
And Grierson will come back for tops. How he's still in this game, he won't know. We won't know. But he's taken
Game
us all
shot
the
on the
way,
6th leg,
by hook
Martin
and by
Grierson.
crook.
Yeah, not by hook or by crook. By hook
7
and
from
by
final
crook.
leg. It's Scott to throw first.
But even
on.
with the darts in this last leg, you've got to say that Grierson's the favourite. Because the mental torture of going through multiple visits to get this thing done. And now he's going to have to do it in a last leg shootout. Welcome to last leg shootout darts. After what could have been the most comfortable of victories.
But he should have had this wrapped up 4-1.
100.
Let's be quite frank about that. He's missed 11 darts across 2 legs to wrap this contest up.
100.
I think you can classify this as steadying the ship. Because over the last couple of legs,
140.
Scott's probably felt like he is on the Titanic.
You probably can see the iceberg in front of him if this game goes against him.
81. 60.
What this game proves is that there are no gimmies in darts. You have to do everything to get the victory. You can do 99.9% of the work.
40.
But if you do not get that final double, you do not win.
How many times do we say it's not a sport like football or rugby where you can protect a lead at all costs? It's a sport where you physically got across the finishing line, and it looks like Grierson's going to get the opportunity to do so here.
This is how this table's working at the minute. Campbell could have gone to
60.
third position
Martin,
earlier
you
in this
require
match.
67.
And now he's staring at 6th.
He was 3-0 behind in this game, Martin Grierson.
51.
And now he's missed 2 match darts, so in
Scott,
it
you require
4-3.
120.
Campbell may get one more chance, but he needs to find a big treble with either dart 1 or dart 2. He finds the treble. He's going to get a dart at tops. Is 12 time the charm? No.
100.
No is the answer,
Martin, you
and now
require
Grierson will come
16.
back for more match darts.
If Martin hits this double, I just can't foresee Scott getting through this table.
Double 2.
Game shot.
And
the match,
Grierson gets
Martin
through that
Grierson.
game, but just he had to come all the way behind to win in a last leg decider. Scott Campbell had darts to win it 4-1, 4-2 and 4-3. But it is Grierson that gets over the line. He won't know how. But a win is a win is a win. Grierson 4, Campbell 3. Coming up next, it is Simon Adams up against Moreno Blom.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Labanov.
saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it.
Game shot.
And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so.
Andreas Harrison.
Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh
on the
Smith,
match.
is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that
Andreas
clenched
Harrison.
fist.
Game shot on the
Well,
match.
he gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
So that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. If this would be a wake up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Martin Grierson get the better of Scott Campbell by 4 legs to 3. It keeps Grierson in contention, and it may have just knocked Campbell out the mix. Well, it's another key battle. It's our 5th game of the day. It sees Moreno Blom up against Simon Adams. game which has big ramifications on the top of the table. Adams with a win can move on to 10 points. He'd actually move temporarily top of the league standings up against Moreno Blom, who's already beaten Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 3 today and has put in a good performance, the best performance of the day. 93.77 was his average. He's hoping to back that up here
First
against
leg.
Simon
It's
Adams,
Simon
already
to
been in
go
the winners'
first.
enclosure against Martin Grierson. A win for Simon. He'll put himself in a real good position to progress. He'd build up
Game
a bit of a
on.
gap. But if Moreno can find a win here, then everything just bunches up once more. The pair would be on 8.
Yeah, things are getting a bit bunchy.
121.
That's exactly what you're looking to do around that 60 bet. Penny for the thoughts of Scott Campbell right now. My word, he's gone through some emotions in the
83.
last 20 minutes. This is the biggest test of Moreno's day. I think if we are being honest, Moreno is a more seasoned
52.
and a higher grade professional than that of his opponent. But it's whether he can beat Simon right
58.
now. If he doesn't sort out the head department in this game because of the patience needed for this game, he could easily lose it. But if he figures his head out against Simon, he should be able to win.
It's been these
96.
meetings that have really cost Moreno big this week. It was this defeat on Wednesday that cost him Group B, and he was building up a bit of momentum
41.
yesterday and then lost this encounter and then had what, in his own words, this is his own words, had a game where his head went out the window against Thomas Banks. He's the first to admit this morning that his mindset was not correct in that particular match.
123.
Seems a little bit better today. And external factors can do that to you. Things like temperature,
141.
comfort,
Simon, you require 109.
some other external factors, like we did have an issue with the scoring board yesterday.
But it's Adams who's got off to the quickest start. And he's going to have a dart at double 16 for the
Game shot on the
109
first
to lead
leg.
1-0.
Simon Adams.
An amazing shot from the Saint. And that could be a dagger to the heart
Second
of
leg.
Moreno. A
It's
sign
Moreno
of
to go
acknowledgement for the
first.
young Dutchman.
Game on.
Now, at the start of today, you spent a lot of time with Simon, and we're going to release
60.
on our social channels an in-depth chat with him. But did you envisage, and please be honest here, because it's easy to say yes or maybe, or some sort of protracted answer coming from you, Deacon.
60.
Could you envisage Simon being top of the table after 5 matches?
No.
Same.
91.
I didn't see it coming. But it's possible. Albeit with Atkins and Banks to play at the end of round 2.
But Simon Adams, I don't know how he does it, but
81.
he finds ways. And he's actually said himself that he plays within himself and he plays here. And
100.
he says mainly because of the level that he's up against, he knows he has to up his game. And so he's very much the type of player that almost plays the conditions of a particular match.
If I may be honest, I think people have come off the top a little bit
26.
towards Adams this week. We are yet to get a 100-plus average, and this is day 5 of the week.
98.
So if I may be brutally honest, have we seen the best of Blom this week? We haven't. Have we seen the best of Tom Lonsdale this week? No, we haven't. Because we know the top levels of these players because they've been here before.
140. Moreno, you require 152.
Well, Blom's got 6 here from 152 to level up. Now, one thing Blom would do if he wins his
100.
first 2 games would have been 1 matches against the darts, against the throw. He will have a couple more games where he will have the darts. He'll have the throw against Scott. He'll be against the throw against Martin, and then we'll have the advantage of throw against Jamie Atkins. How pivotal that game could be at the end of the day, we don't quite know yet.
140.
Blom here has left himself
Moreno, you
52
require
to level up,
52.
and he may have to take it out. Tops. Now double 10. Well, that was a wild dart.
47. Simon, you
Oh, look, it
require
slipped out of the hand
54.
possibly.
Now that's a mental test now for Blom, because he sees that dart, he could implode internally. And you could see that he wanted to shake his head, but he's trying to stay in control. But he's not in control of this match.
Game shot on
Simon
the second
Adams
leg.
is in
Simon
control.
Adams.
And look what he's doing. Around about once a leg at the minute. The glasses are coming off.
Third leg.
Using the
It's Simon
towel.
to throw first.
Constantly hydrating. This is smart.
Game on.
It's thirsty work, sometimes, darts, in these kind of conditions. You must help yourself. How many times do you see a tennis player at places like Indian Wells or Roland Garros just sitting there thinking, you know what?
41.
I'm feeling a bit hot. I'm not going to bother having a drink, and I'm not going to use my towel. Just do what you need
60.
to do to make yourself feel more comfortable. And that's exactly what Simon's doing.
End of the day, it's your game.
Some of the tricks of the trade of trying to stay cool under pressure
108.
or under the heat.
Heat.
I wish I'd been here last week to see my old pal Stuart Kellett. I haven't seen him in ages. But he was one of the
100.
kings of this. He used to put his darts in the fridge. And that gave a lot of people ideas when it came to the match play, the World Championship, when it's really hot on that stage. One of the ways you can stay cool is to have a spare dart shirt, roll it up and put it in the fridge.
Well, Scott Campbell was changing shirts yesterday. He had two of the same shirt, and he was changing between it
91.
between matches.
Simon, you require 155.
I can't remember the player last year, but I'm sure there was a player last year that put ice in a towel and the darts wrapped into that towel with ice in.
This game is getting away from Blom at a very fast rate.
131.
Simon's playing very, very well. I don't mean that to come across as condescending, but the majority of this week he's been averaging about
60.
80.
Simon, you require 24.
This is drastically more than that.
Well, it's 98.6 at this present moment in time. Double 12. Now zooming in on double 6. Well, we got there at the end,
Game
didn't
shot on
we?
the third
3-0
leg.
Simon Adams.
Simon Adams.
I didn't see 3-0 Adams coming.
Fourth leg. It's Moreno
This
to
could
throw
be
first.
catastrophic for
Game
Blom.
on.
And a win for Adams is bad news for Grayson
81.
and Jamie Atkins. It could be wonderful for Banks if he beats Jamie Atkins next, but only if he does that.
Well, Simon Adams could be through in the space of the next 5 legs he plays, because if he wins this one, then he's over the line here. And if he beats Thomas
121.
Banks, he would be in no matter what.
Well, let me ask you a really honest question then. As you see the numbers that prove how much
59.
improvement we've seen from Adams in this match. If you're Conor Heenahan in Saturday night right now, who do you want to qualify? Does he want Simon Adams to qualify or not? For his own selfish reasons.
140.
Does he want to play faster players, or would he rather have a crack at Simon? What do you think?
100.
I also think that there will be a lot of crowd support for Simon Adams tomorrow night, and I think that's a factor that should be considered into the thinking too. And I think it'll be a fair-sized crowd tonight, particularly if Scott Mitchell qualifies.
Do you know what? I think you've got a good point there, because
7.
if I was in Connor's shoes and Jimmy Van Schie was in this position, I'd probably not want Jimmy to qualify, because he's probably the most popular dart player from outside of the UK who
81.
comes to Portsmouth.
Jimmy Van Schie has become here what Martin Adams was to the Lakeside, the household crowd favourite.
That's a pretty big call.
I think the proof's in the pudding. Well, this game could be over here.
140.
Adams, whose average is over 95.5, has left himself on 93. Moreno, whose average has dovetailed 13 points from game 1 to game 2.
60.
Looks like he may
Simon,
well
you
be on
require
the receiving end of a
93.
defeat. It could be a seismic loss.
3-0 isn't safe, though. You know this. You saw it in the last match. That's 21. So, 72. Yesterday, he went double top, double 16 for that shot.
61.
And this now
Moreno,
becomes
you require 120.
where the game needs to start for the comeback, and it's not going to happen. So, a chance for Adams to win 4-0.
60.
Not just to get 2
Simon, you
points,
require 32.
but to give his leg difference an injection of real positivity.
Blom looks a beaten man, a dejected man, a man hopeless. But a man who's
shot.
been full of hope and
Simon
energy
Adams.
and positivity could be one step closer to tomorrow night's final. Simon Adams is the victor against Moreno Blom by 4 legs to 0. He moves to the top of the table. He moves on to 10 points. And that is his best performance of the week. 93.9 for the average, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, including that 109 checkout for Moreno Blom. Well, he did the damage in game 1, you felt, but he may have undone that progress and good work with that defeat there. Only time will tell. And so at this point, he is hoping that Jamie Atkins can get the job done against Thomas Banks. A win for the Bulldog from Norfolk, and he will be on 10 points alongside Simon Adams. And it looks like we may get a little bit of table separation.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum. Team for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosch.
Pie Face is through and gets
And he's
there.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game with that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Simon Adams got the better of Moreno Blom by 4 legs to 0. 4 out of 7 on the doubles, 93.94 average, including a 109 checkout. It's the best that we've seen from the South African this week. He moves on to 10 points. Thomas Banks could join him there if he can get the better of Jamie Atkins. Well, the form guide reads differently for the pair today. Banks has lost out in a last leg decider to Moreno Braun, whereas Jamie Atkins got the better of Scott Campbell by 4 legs to 2.
First
Both
leg,
players
it's Jamie to
averaged
throw
87
first.
in their
Game on.
opening match. But we know that Thomas has got gears above it. The big question will be where Jamie will be in this particular encounter. He
96.
started yesterday very, very well. And he'd be hoping that once again he's 2 from 2 after a couple of rounds in the winning column.
100.
If Jamie wins this match, things are getting very, very interesting, aren't they? I said at the top of the show, when we were
96.
trying to predict what was going to happen, I said I'd be surprised if Banks was not in a commanding position in the table
140.
come round 3. If he loses again, he'll still be on 8 points with Atkins and with 2 people on 6 right behind him and with somebody in front of them.
133.
That's not commanding. That's troublesome.
140.
And for all the brilliance of Banks this week, we're going to really learn a lot more about what this young man can do when the pressure is put on him. It's been
58. Thomas, you
fairly
require
plain sailing for him
121.
so far this week. But now, all the eyes are on him, and he's eyeing up double 14 for the
93.
1-2-1 out.
Jamie, you require 118.
Unable to take, and so Atkins, the safe throw, needs a ton top of his own.
He's going to persevere on the 60. He did have another option, which he decided not to take.
94. Thomas, you require 28.
Route 1, done.
Game shot on the first leg. Thomas Banks.
And that is the opening break of throw.
Second leg. It's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
13 data to kickstart for Banks.
134.
I think over the course of the next few years, Thomas will evolve, hopefully, into the player that he wants to be. You look at the way he throws darts now, it looks very purposeful,
91.
doesn't it? Looks like there's quite a lot of effort involved. Look at that follow through, the concentration.
134.
Think back over the last 15 to 30 years, what have all of the world number ones got in common? When they're playing the best darts,
140.
it looks easy. It looks effortless. Look at Humphreys at the minute.
95.
Effortless. Van Gerwen at his peak. Effortless. Peter Wright, Price, Taylor. I could name more, but they've all got that in common. When they're playing the best darts, it's effortless. And this is
45.
possibly something
Thomas,
that
you
Banks
require
needs to learn.
138.
But it'll come with time, because time he has.
58.
And the career span of a dart player, particularly those that do make their way to the top, is about evolution over a long period of time.
It is, but I would say that the lifespan of a dart player at the top level these days is shorter than it's ever been.
65. Thomas, you
Because
require
of
80.
the amount they play. Double top.
60. Jamie, you require
His reaction told you the
160.
story.
Well, Atkins isn't going to find a rescue act on the 160, and so Banks now halfway towards a 2-0
56.
lead.
Thomas, you
And
require
there's real danger
20.
potentially here for the rest of the field, because there's a potential that the top 2 players will move on to 10 points, but
Game
not
shot
just
on the
that.
second leg.
They could
Thomas
do so
Banks.
on the back of big wins.
Absolutely right.
Third leg. It's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Just going back to that point about the span of a career. I know there are players who are still on the PDC Tour right now who have been playing for the
97.
best part of 30 years, King and Beaton, but we know that Steve is going in a different direction next year.
60.
I think if you get 10 good years now, that's a great effort. By that token, if Luke Littler has a phenomenal decade,
96.
he could retire at 30 if he so chooses.
To put it in perspective, he would not be eligible to play a World
134.
Seniors event until the year 2057.
126.
The mind has boggled.
Just a little.
Same with Thomas.
60.
I think someone of the stardom of Littler, well before something like that, is probably doing reality TV. It's just the way it works these days, right?
96.
Well, Atkins have a good leg to respond here to
100.
try and half
Jamie
the
require
deficit.
86.
Crucially gets his leg. He gets broken here. Banks throws for a 4-0 win. But a slide with dart 2 means he isn't going to get a
Thomas
go
should
at the
require
bullseye. And so Banks will
147.
return for 147. And boy, this would hurt. But the trouble 19 isn't found.
139.
But Atkins here
Jamie
quite
require
simply has
48.
to take this 48.
Oh, that was a curious 147 effort. This double 8 is not easy.
32.
Proven
Thomas, you
not to
require
be simple.
8.
And getting to Saturdays is hard.
Game shot on
this
the
young
third
man is
leg.
getting
Thomas
closer
Banks.
than Jamie is. Neither of them have played a Saturday here in
Fourth leg,
Portsmouth
it's
before.
Thomas to throw first. Game on.
That's why Conor Heenahan was such a heavy favourite at the start, because he's not only made
58.
Saturdays every single time he's played, but he has won a Saturday as well. The only player this week who has.
And what it would mean, a win in
93.
this game for Thomas Banks, it would ensure that the battle between him and Adams in Game 9 of the session would ensure automatically our first qualifier through to Saturday's final. From Group C to join Conor Heenahan.
140. $59.
How confident are you at this point in time, Henry, that it's going to be Banks and Adams making it through on a percentage basis?
It's a long way back for the rest of the field. I'm going to go
83.
about 80% on the pair qualify.
At this point in time, you're going for 80%. Wow. I don't think I'm far
90.
off here. I think I'm probably at about 70.
Well, have a look at Simon Adams' last couple of games and have a look at Thomas Banks' last couple of games. Both have got to play Scott Campbell.
85.
And then Thomas finishes off against Martin Grierson. In the middle of that, Simon Adams has
100.
to play Jamie
require
Atkins.
100.
This has to go. Tops. And you know it's all hanging on this.
He's going to go 16s. He just didn't feel confident in going for the treble 20 or the
60.
tops.
Thomas, you require 136.
This is to win the match in a flash.
58. Jamie, you require 40.
To pull one back. And every leg could prove vital. And
Sean, a
Atkins
fourth
gets his
leg.
first
Jamie
on the board
Atkins.
in this contest. We've already seen a comeback win from 3-0 down to 4-3. Martin Grierson
Fifth leg.
against
it's
Scott
Jamie
Campbell.
To throw first.
And if Atkins can pull off the ultimate escapology
Game
act,
on.
then it's advantage Simon Adams. It's he who is in the box seat.
I keep looking at that leg difference between these two, you know.
58.
I know this game isn't finished, but there's 12 legs between them. And it's you that talked about the number 8.
99.
That's the most amount of legs you can bridge if you're playing the other person right now or in the future.
108.
He gave that 60 a bit of a wallop there, didn't he?
92.
Well, Atkins is upping it here. Banks hasn't really resided from the standard that he's played at for the whole game, but Atkins is having a good 5 minutes, and he'll just hope that it's not a case of it being too late for him.
133. $140.
That was a
Jamie
fascinating
require 130.
start on that visit from 263. This really could be 9 wonderful darts.
Game shot on the
yeah.
fifth leg. Jamie Atkins.
9 world-class darts from Jamie Atkins, and that is why a lot of people think that he's
Sixth
got a
leg,
future
it's
in this
Thomas to throw
sport.
first. Game
If
on.
he can keep doing that a bit more often, my word, that was classy.
96.
180, 133, 130 out. You don't do that unless you've got talent.
He is showing class and composure when it was so easy for him to have folded. When he was 3-0 down,
140.
it could have been so easy for the towel to have been waved in and Banks go on and take it 4-0.
96.
And suddenly the pressure moves onto the shoulders of the Bulldog, and suddenly it's Jamie who's feeling a bit better about things. Well, what a spell this is.
140.
A couple of legs ago, he was averaging in and around the low to mid-80s. He's now dragged his average up to 95. The last leg and a half has been superb. A 12 darter in the previous. And he could be on for back-to-back 12 to take us all the way to a deciding leg. But he needs a triple here. And suddenly
42.
all that good work could be undone in one fell swoop.
58.
Banks doesn't put a hole in it. He does have a match-winning chance.
139.
But the
Thomas
pressure
require
coming down on him
152.
over the last 10 minutes or so, it's been
44.
colossal.
Jamie, you require 40.
Well, it was a 12 in the previous leg. It could be a 13 here. What a
shot on the
passage of
sixth
play
leg,
this has
Jamie
been from Jamie Atkins. 25 darts for the last two legs. And from
Seventh and
3-0
final
behind,
leg, it's
Jamie
Jamie to
Atkins
throw
has taken
first.
us all the way to a deciding leg. We've already seen a
Game
3-0 lead spurnt today. And Atkins has the throw in this last leg. And suddenly it's Banks who's on the brink.
56.
But he's kicked off dry.
Simon Adams has been smiling all week long, no matter what's happening. If
96.
Atkins wins this one, he's going to be laughing.
Be laughing all the way to the Banks.
58.
However, if you think about it laterally,
60.
would he rather Banks win? Or would he rather have Atkins on his tail as well?
Well, either which way, if he wins his next match, he's pretty much home and host.
108.
He still has Atkins to play.
I'd like to know what's going on here today.
100.
3-0 isn't safe, apparently.
Well, you should know that because games go 4-3 in this week.
133.
Yeah, they do. And there's another 1-3-3 on approach from Jamie Atkins, and that is now a match-winning chance for him. He has not
93.
given
Jamie
Thomas
requires
Banks a match
74.
start in this contest. And that is every credit to him because he's now got 2.
Game
Well,
shot
what
and
a
the match,
recovery for Jamie Atkins from 3-0 behind. He is 1-4-3, and in the last 3 legs, a 12, a 13, and a 14 has got him over the line. It keeps himself in the equation. For Thomas Banks, that could be a seismic defeat. What a performance that is from Jamie Atkins. 97.01 the average. 4 from 7 when it came to the doubles, and that 130 checkout really kick-started things in the comeback charge. And so it means that it's Simon Adams who's in control of proceedings now. 10 points to his name, 2 in front of Banks and Atkins. Remember, the top 2 make it through. And it also means that for Moreno Blom and Martin Grierson, they're not out of it either. They're both within a couple of points of one another. And remember, Banks and Adams meet in the third round of matches. And round 3 will begin with the bottom 2 going toe-to-toe. It's Blom and Campbell.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
190. 180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Andreas Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it. Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, claimed, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you?
On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter. Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and Cox has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it.
41.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 2 rounds worth of play and we have seen a real crazy session. There's been twists, there's been turns, and this is how it's all panned out. For Simon Adams, it couldn't have gone any better. He's dropped just 1 leg so far today. Wins of 4-1 and 4-0 puts him on to 10 points. He has commander proceedings, where Thomas Banks lost out to Moreno Blom, and to Jamie Atkins, he is stuck on 8. Jamie Atkins, by winning his 2 matches, also on that figure. But go figure as to who he thinks going to go through. Because, realistically, maybe apart from Scott Campbell, who's got a lot of work and a lot of ground to make up, well, pretty much everybody's in the mix. And Moreno Blom can become the 3rd player to move on to 8 points in this group if he can beat the Scot in this encounter. It feels like now or never for the Dutchman. And then next up, we've got Grierson and Atkins and Banks and Adams. So we've got the bottom 2, followed by the middle 2, followed by the top 2 in our 3rd round worth of matches. We are going to learn a lot more by the end of these next hat-trick of matches. Moreno looking for a hat-trick of trebles of his first visit. And his day so far has been 1 good, 1 bad, if we're being blunt about it.
Yeah, but he's not out of it yet.
60.
He's got 6 points. He's got 3 games left.
137.
Win them all and pray.
I know it's an observation just 6 starts in, but does Moreno look fresher in this game than what he did against Simon Adams?
140.
He's probably going to be more
100.
at ease with the pace of this game. That's something we do know. But you bring up an interesting point, because you think he looks fresher. Can you tell me why you said that?
60.
Just look at his face, look at his demeanour. He just looks a bit more energised for this game, where maybe in his match against Simon, maybe
65.
just looked a little bit lethargic and the shoulders just weighed a little bit heavy.
Well, maybe he's done something to help that. He might have gone to the restroom, splashed some water on his face. That can do wonders.
57.
There are little tips and tricks, aren't there,
59.
that can re-energise you and get you thinking the right way.
49.
He doesn't need that. You know when you're feeling really, really, really hot, like some of these players were yesterday, you know what the trick is? Putting the inside of your wrist under cold water.
100. Moreno, you require 10. Game shot on
He's been so good on double 5 this week as Moreno Blom, and he pins it there to lead 1-0.
So strange, that compliment.
Second leg. It's
Think
Scott
about
to
it
throw
for a second.
first.
If you know as
Game
much
on.
about darts as many pundits do, that is one of the most sideways compliments you can give them. Imagine walking up to Michael Van Gerwen. Oh,
100.
Mike, you know what? This year you've been amazing at double one.
Basically, Moreno, we're saying you're rubbish at double 10,
100.
but you do all right on double 5.
Exactly. We're talking about tertiary doubles. Doubles that you only go for if you split something twice. Saying that he's been good on double 5. One, it's true. Secondly, his tops and
64.
tens haven't been very good.
When the first start goes there, that's his play by and
139.
large. Had to recover there because Dart 2 crashed off a Dart 1 in a horrible way into the corner.
By the way, we calculated in the break between the last game and this one that Jamie Atkins in his last 4 legs averaged over 107.
140.
A
98.
world-class display from 3-0 down for him. And that's kept him in the mix and really kept Moreno Blom in the mix. If he gets through today, he has a lot to thank Jamie Atkins for. Because that probably was the result that set the wheels in motion if that was to be the case.
100.
He's got to
Moreno
play
require
Atkins in game
164.
14. 164.
96.
It was scared for a
Scott, you
second.
require 97.
Campbell's got to get in this game. He might be reeling a little bit because he's someone who has missed 12 match darts in his previous match, but he hasn't missed one
on
there
second leg. Scott Campbell.
for the leg.
Well, this is a proper match. Moreno averaging above a ton.
Third
Campbell
leg,
just
it's
under
Moreno to throw
95.
first.
The meeting between this pair yesterday again was in the
80.
middle of the session. And it wasn't as good as the game that we're watching now. Blom won it 4-3. And that was when, I think that was another game, wasn't it, where Scott missed match darts.
108.
But this has been a superb encounter. The standard of the last few games really has wrapped up.
121.
That's for sure.
There you see 2 brilliant darts from Blom. Dart 3, an absolute howler. He was on the walk. He missed that treble 20 bed by nearly 2 inches.
139.
It's all well and good being a fast player, but you really have to stay in position.
140.
That was better. He was still moving forward on Dart 3, but at least he was in a good position when he let it go, whereas previously he was almost toppled over.
We saw this yesterday from Scott where
83.
the pace just
Moreno, you require
increases as he settles on the
160.
stage. And we're seeing it again here, and we're seeing some good stuff here. Both players leaving a finish after 9. Both players average way in excess
60.
of the ton.
Scott, you require 99.
And Campbell has taken the throw of a Blom here. And is looking for 99. Looking to put a flake in it on what is a sunny day on the south coast. But now he
59.
hopes that
Moreno,
Blom
you
hasn't got a
require
ton out in his
100.
locker. Tops, 2 in hand.
80.
Again, tops
Scott, you
and tens
require
lets him down.
40.
It's not often you get a game with 2 lefties,
Game shot on the
but
third
that
leg.
one
Scott
is in
Campbell.
front and now has a break of throat. What's the best
Fourth leg. It's Scott to throw
left-hander
first.
versus left-hander game you've watched? Or the best
Game on.
head-to-head, let's put it that way.
I think James Wade, Mark Webster's right up there, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. Webster against Martin Phillips.
100.
Be quick. Martin Phillips probably and Les
100.
Wallace back in the BDO days was probably a battle.
That's not a bad shout either. First left-handed world champion.
58.
This is his neck of the woods, isn't it?
100.
Les Wallace actually lives in Hampshire.
Yeah, plays a bit in Southampton every now and then. So I'm at the World Seniors Championship, didn't we? The first couple of years of that tournament.
100.
In fact, all we needed on that stage was Owen Binks, and we would have had left-handers all round.
96.
Well, it's much more calmer with Jack Garwood in charge of proceedings.
24.
There he is.
How many lefties have we had winning weeks? Mike Gillett's one, isn't he?
Graham Usher, Von Meulenkamp,
127.
Danny Lauby, Justin Hood.
You were saying yesterday we might get to see Graham Usher again next year. Him saving his tour card is looking decidedly unlikely at this point.
99. Moreno, you require 78.
Square this contest up. One dart at tops.
Game shot on a
He's
fourth
okay
flag.
last night
Moreno
hand on that
block.
target, but when you give him free clear, he has problems. Blom's back at 2-2. He won't care how.
Fifth flag, it's Moreno to throw first. 93.
The closer these games are, the worse it is for both of them. Let's face it, their leg differences haven't changed because it's 2-2.
100.
-9 Blom, -5 Campbell. Look at the top two at the minute. +8 and +6.
98.
There's a canyon between them. If this is 4-3, it doesn't really matter. Because both of them aren't making headway.
96.
Well, you get the sense that Blom, if he's going to go through, he has to do it on points.
81.
Because that 4-0 defeat to Moreno, that 4-0 defeat for Moreno against Simon Adams has completely obliterated his legs difference.
Completely.
92.
Adams against Banks is a really interesting game. But if Atkins beats Grayson, Grayson's not going to qualify.
129.
Atkins will put himself in a really good position to strike towards the end of this group. However, he's got to play, Atkins that is,
99.
3
Moreno,
games,
you require 100.
2 of them against the darts. This is with the darts. And it's a
Game
3-2
shot on
lead for
fifth flag,
Blom.
Moreno
I think he's
block.
got to win the next leg. He's got to start making inroads in that leg difference just in case.
Sixth flag.
But a win
it's
for
Scott to
him
throw
would get him
first.
to 8 points.
Game on.
And part of the conversation once again. And Campbell, he'll be saying goodbye.
Well, that's our 5th Ton Plus
91.
checkout of the session, each coming from a different player. The only player not to hit a Ton Plus out so far today, Thomas Banks.
100.
Couple of tons, one we just saw there for Moreno, one by Martin Grierson. Scott Campbell had that 140 against Grierson. Adams the 109 against
60.
Moreno Blom, and then the 130 from Jamie Atkins, which really did set the wheels in motion of that comeback win against Thomas Banks in the
140.
previous game that we saw. Well, you said that Moreno has to win this game 4-2 in your opinion. Well, he's doing all the right things to go about that particular prospect.
He is doing the right things. Look what he's averaging.
140.
If there are people out there who think he's not a better player when the pressure's on and when the urgency is right in front of him,
57.
come and debate it with me. I beg you. Because it happens every time.
I'd be intrigued to see if we invited Moreno for the 2-night Group B campaign, say, for example, whether that would be where we'd see his best starts more
123.
consistently.
I have to think we possibly would.
100. Scott,
He
you
sets up a
require
match-winning
87.
Ton Plus checkout if Campbell doesn't take us all the way. Double 14.
Game shot on
Oh,
the
there you
sixth
go.
flag. Scott
That's
Campbell.
one way to get it done. And it is going to be 4-3, but which way is it going to go?
7 from final leg. It's
Blom
Moreno to throw
to go to
first.
8 points. Campbell to go to 6.
85.
This is a must-win leg for Campbell. If he loses it, he's out. Maybe not mathematically. But in my eyes, he would be.
17.
Ouch.
Well, to paraphrase Sam Fender, that 17 could
58.
see Scott Campbell go under. But Moreno Blom hasn't fired any hypersonic missiles back at him. But he cannot let it get him down.
$97.
It's a decent recovery. But look what Blom's doing now.
$98.
He's chipping away. And we are going to see Mr. Chips back tonight. Stefan Hendrick up against the Pigeon and Scotty Dog. Stay away from that 60. That dart's wobbly.
127.
Oh, look at that. A 7 to bring us all level.
60.
Has Blom blinked?
Say that 5 times quickly.
Well, there's no R's in it. Has he just presented a chance to Campbell, and is Campbell about to present it back to his Dutch opponent?
43.
Yes is the answer. Blom's got away with that. But he has to capitalise here. Has a glance over the scoreboard.
100.
Ton's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. He wanted to know his position. He was unsure as to whether going somewhere else was going to be more beneficial, but he was right. Staying on the 20s was the play. And for someone who's already
60.
taken this check out, he
Moreno,
would
you
love to do it
require
again.
100.
Tops. There's the first.
80.
Clatters off the
Scott, you
barrel with
require
dart 3.
157.
And now he has to hope that Campbell hasn't got another huge 150 match-winning shot in the locker.
That third dart, he didn't throw it very well. It went in the board very light. He's not going to do another 150-plus checkout in the 7th leg of a match. So it's advantage
87.
Blom.
Moreno,
Is
you
it 10s or
require
5s?
20.
It's
Game
double
shot
10
and the
and it's
match,
first
Moreno
time of
Blom.
asking, and Moreno Blom is just about still in the mix. He gets the better of Scott Campbell by 4 legs to 3. It was a great game. However, Blom will be thinking none other than the result at this present moment in time. 95.62 the average. Now, you can't see it on your screen there, but he had 13 ton-plus scores in that match, Moreno Blom, and it was that scoring power which helped him en route to more chances at a double and ultimately helped him en route to victory, which keeps him in proceedings. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Martin Grierson in action as he takes on Jamie Atkins. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Moreno Blonde get the better with Scott Campbell in the last time. Really good contest. Both players averaging in excess of 90. Blonde 95.62, 40% on the doubles, including a ton checkout. But for Martin Grierson and Jamie Atkins, this is a pivotal game. Blonde's moved on to 8 points, same as Thomas Banks. Atkins can move on to 10 and put himself in the box seat for P2, especially if Simon Adams can beat Thomas Banks. However, win here for Martin Grierson, and it could all still be up in the air. It really is an intriguing turn of events as we reach the middle portion of the day here on Friday as far as Group C is concerned.
First leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Sometimes darts is very translucent. You know exactly what's coming. You know what the possibilities are. But at this stage, which is pretty much 75% of the way through this group, it feels like it's one of those box sets you want to binge.
96.
There's 8 episodes, and you're at episode 6. You've seen a lot of what could happen. But you haven't got a clue what's going to happen next.
60.
And then all of a sudden, I think around game 10, game 11, game 12, you're going to get that penultimate episode that says, oh,
96.
That's where we're going with this. I wonder which game is going to give us that message. It won't be this one. It'll be something in the next round, in my opinion.
60.
It could be Atkins-Adams in game 12. Well, Jamie Atkins could have a potential tap on the shoulder moment here for Thomas Banks, because he wins this game not just when he goes on to 10 points, but if he can win this 4-0 or 4-1, he will creep ever closer to Thomas in terms of legs difference too, which would add an extra layer
100.
onto what is already a mammoth game 9 of our session between Banks and Adams, the top 2 going into this round.
We can't forget that Grierson beat Atkins yesterday quite convincingly.
156.
If he does it again, it goes from being a 100-piece puzzle to a 1,000-piece puzzle.
60.
Well, if you're Jamie Atkins fan, done it again, then there will be some encouraging news, because the last time
58.
These two played in the Super Series, they pitted themselves against one another. Grierson won the first meeting convincingly, but Atkins won meeting 2. And that was exactly what happened yesterday. But Grierson looking to take leg 1 on 96. Double 9 is what he's looking at, but
78.
not what he gets. And Atkins
has
already had a 130 today, and that really put the wheels in motion against Thomas Banks.
$93. Martin, you require 18.
It's 2 9s.
Game shot on the first leg. Martin Grierson.
Jamie can't afford to let his opponents constantly get the better starts.
Jamie to throw first.
It's all well and good
Game on.
winning 4 straight legs from 3-0 down once, possibly twice in a week. But you can't afford to keep chasing.
97.
Sooner rather than later, you are going to come a cropper.
Well, both players have come back from 3-0 behind in this session, because Grierson did exactly the same against Scott Campbell in match 4.
60.
But we mentioned a bit earlier on, that passage of play from Jamie when he was behind against Jamie Banks is one of the best 4-leg bursts that you will see here in the live lounger.
121.
Overall average of those 4 legs of 107.36, legs of 17, 12, 13, 14, got him over the line. But it's all right having bursts. And again, we mentioned
99.
about playing at your peak. But you've got to find this streamlined, consistent level, which usually is one of Jamie's strengths, but maybe he hasn't
96.
found as often this time around.
Maybe not. I think we're maybe going to a portion of the day where we're going to have a lot of close matches.
140.
We've already had 4 4-3 scorelines in 7 games today. It's not out of the ordinary. It's just been one of those weeks.
41.
This is a working class sport. No matter how much we're trying to elevate it to new levels, it's still a working class person's sport.
85. Jamie, you require 146.
The conversations between the players in the practice room will involve, how do you take your 146?
114. Martin, you require 117.
He's already shown us in this match that Atkins likes to go for 2 trebles down south for a double. He tried it at 134. Everybody tries this way.
97.
Close calls
Jamie,
are
you
both.
require 32.
However, it's Jamie who's going to get first poke at a second opportunity, and he'd be hoping not to present one to Martin. But double 16 has been fruitful
Game
to him
shot on
today,
the
and
second
even
leg,
the miss
Jamie
on the
Atkins.
inside sees him pin the double 8, and level we are 1-1.
What kind of conversations do you think
Third
they have in the
leg, it's
practice room
Martin
then?
to
Because
throw
they do
first.
talk to each other.
Game
It's
on.
not like they're confined to 6 individual cubicles and they're only let out to play. They do talk to each other. What kind of things do you think they talk about?
Well, this is one of the unique
85.
factors about the Super Series, where if you play at normal tournaments, people sit on their tables with their people and you don't really mix a lot, but you're forced to meet new people and socialise with new people
85.
when you're here. A lot of it will be your usual stuff, football, what's going on in the world, things like that. But I know when I've spoken to players after they finish a session, there's a lot of deep conversation happening there, a lot of people getting to know one another, knowing people
95.
personally. And actually, you see a lot of friendships get made by being here at the Super Series. And I just wonder whether in the future, there used to be the days of
140.
rivalries and needle, that maybe as a result of something like this, where people are forced to know people and you build relationships, that maybe that element just gets taken out a little bit more in the future.
60.
Particularly amongst the younger players, of which a lot of the next gen that are coming through are playing here before moving on to the tour.
Yeah, that's fair.
100.
I still think the roots of this sport, though, allow it to stay at the level where it should be. Because there's been a lot of chatter over the last few weeks. Should it be in the Olympics? It doesn't even need thinking about. The answer is no.
66.
It doesn't belong in the Olympics. Not for me.
Same as football shouldn't, same as golf shouldn't. Simple as that. Oh, sorry, did I put my opinion out live on air?
It's not like I tried to stop you.
Put it this way, an Olympic sport should only be an Olympic sport if the ultimate goal at the end of it is to win an Olympic gold medal.
And the ultimate goal in this sport is to
57.
be world champion.
Exactly.
Jamie, you require 91.
If you think we're finished with that conversation, you're wrong.
Game shot.
But
on
Jamie's
third
finished with the leg
Jamie
because
Atkins.
now he's starting to find that range of 5 visit legs a little sooner than before.
Fourth leg. It's Jamie to throw
This is a
first.
bit more like the Jamie Atkins that
Game
we've
on.
come to expect. Something really consistent in terms of 14 darts, 15 darters, 16, 17. That is his range.
80.
His temperament this week has been really impressive.
I think it's one of his strongest attributes.
It might just be the strongest.
140.
Can you imagine darts being in the Olympics? And let's play devil's advocate, shall we? Can you imagine?
93.
I don't know. Dave Chisnell. He represents England. And he's in the Olympic Village with some of the people from the equestrians. And Dave Chisnell saying, well, I live in Morecambe. I've been a dart
40.
player at the top level for 15 years. What do you do? Oh, I ride horses. I get them to dance around a sand pit.
83.
And when I'm finished with that, I go back to my vineyard. Imagine them two having something in common. I don't think so. But I have heard that that's one of the charms of the Olympic Village.
140.
That you do get to meet people from different backgrounds.
Yeah, I do hear that the Olympic Village is a very friendly place on occasions.
57.
I think it was fun during 2012 when Usain Bolt was he partying with the Swedish handball team after he won the 100 metres.
85.
It was that run in 2008 in Beijing where he broke all records, wasn't it? And then, of course, broke it again in Berlin
96.
a year later.
Martin, you
Remember, I
require
was for that.
96.
Grierson, 96 for 2-2. Atkins hot on his tail. Persevere there because the Liar Dart one was good. But Atkins
56. Jamie, you require
looking
92.
at a similar size finish to move 3-1 to the good.
Well, that's 3, so 89 left.
25.
He'll see that as a chance missed.
Martin, you require
And it was a
40.
real bag of nails from Jamie. And look how he feels about it. Hands the opportunity to Martin. And we
Game
are
shot on
level
the fourth
once
leg,
again.
Martin Grierson.
We are in a period of play where everything is tight.
Fifth
And
leg.
for the
it's
chasing
Martin
pack,
to
that's
throw
not good.
First. Game
Say
on.
it once again. It's not good. Because there are people on leg difference amounts at the minute. Tight games are not good enough.
85.
Thomas Banks might be gift wrapped to Christmas present here because of what the others are doing. And he's not really doing much of his job,
97.
but no one's really surmounting the right pressure.
Well, think about it this way. If Jamie was to lose this game, Banks could lose
60.
against Adams next and still be in the top 2 after not winning a game today.
But that was a lead that he was afforded yesterday.
58.
And a matter of fact, the only game he lost yesterday, Thomas Banks, was to Simon Adams. That was in the middle portion of the day. And that was despite hitting 5 180s in
59.
that contest. He did the damage yesterday, but he cannot undo his hard work here. Atkins hoping to do so, hoping to strike the real first
97.
psychological blow to Thomas Banks.
If you think this is carnage, Milton Keynes today for the 3rd straight Players' Championship was just the same. It's an absolute bloodbath for the Seeds.
180.
So many of them have lost their games in round number 2. Edhouse out, Doby out, Gilding out, Pietreczko out, Schindler,
85.
Hetta,
Martin, you require
Cross,
117.
all gone. Is 117 going to go this time? It does.
Game on the fifth leg, Martin Grierson.
Your guess is as good as mine as to what happens next. Can Atkins
Sixth
recover
leg, it's
again
Jamie to throw first.
and win the last 2 legs to get
Game on.
himself into the top 2?
Well, Jamie Atkins here is being hit by the haymakers that he dished out to Thomas Banks in the previous match.
93.
And now it's he who's going to have to show the powers of recovery again, having to come back from the hill again. This is playing out
96.
perfectly for Simon Adams more than anyone. I mean, he's a happy man at the best of times. Well, he's going
93.
to be laughing.
The thing is, you aren't wrong. There are going to be people thinking, he finished bottom of Group A. Now he's on top of Group C. His performance levels haven't been
140.
much different since the first 3 days. This is a week that if you tried to put it into mathematical terms,
90.
it's an equation you can't solve. It's like cold fusion.
But Simon plays every game in isolation, and I don't think actually there's enough players that do that. They play everything as a series, whereas Simon
133.
plays every game as its own individual event. Maybe that's why he's been able to draw out more victories 4-3 in games where he hasn't been at his best. Because the scenarios are irrelevant to him. But the scenario
Martin,
here
you
is
require
huge. Grierson's got a shot to
132.
win the match. Atkins is left on 54 to take us all the way. Is he going to get a go? Yes is the answer.
Is that 171 from Atkins going to light
92. Jamie, you require
things up
54.
from here? Is he going to have that purple patch? Maybe not.
Martin, you require 40.
He has got to hope that Martin Grierson misses. And there's
Game
not a
shot
miss.
and the match,
And Martin
Martin
Grierson is
Grierson.
still in the mix. But it's great news for Simon Adams. It's great news for Thomas Banks. And it's great news for Martin Grierson. who moves up to third place in the table. He gets the better of Jamie Atkins by 4 legs to 2, averaging 90.89, 50% on the doubles. Coming up after the break is the top 2 that go toe-to-toe. If Simon Adams gets the better of Thomas Banks, he'll be on 12 points, 4 points above the rest of the field with a couple of matches left to go. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where Game 9 of our afternoon session is a big one. It sees the top 2 in the table, Simon Adams and Thomas Banks, go toe-to-toe. Now, Simon Adams is 2 points in front of Thomas Banks and a plethora of other players in the table. A win here would see him 4 points clear with 4 points left to play for. It wouldn't mathematically send him through, but he would be pretty much on the hill, and one more win would confirm his place. Up against Thomas Banks, who led the table overnight and won 4 from 5. In fact, it was this fixture that was his only defeat yesterday, but he's failed to pick up 2 points today. Lost out 4-3 to Moreno Blom and then 4-3 to Jamie Atkins. Had chances in both of those matches to get over the line, but he's hoping that third time is the charm, and if he does, he can rescue what has been a fairly difficult situation for him.
Our job is to try and analyse what we've seen
28
and what could possibly happen. At the minute, I feel like a meteorologist who's got 25 years of experience and has been told to try and predict the weather on Venus. Yeah, it's pretty difficult. But at the minute, it's Adams who is in the chairman's chair. He's got the best points, he's got the best leg difference, and he's got the experience as well
105
of getting through this before. And that can't be underestimated.
But playing Simon Adams is a different quantity to playing any other player possibly in the
Thomas, you require
whole
156.
entirety of the Super Series. But Banks has got experience of playing him. He's got experience of beating him. And he knows how to hit the big things at the right
138.
times. But he couldn't quite find the double 18 for the 156.
$85.
Doesn't want to be
Thomas, you
messing around on the
require
doubles.
18.
He hasn't really been doing that
Shot on
today.
the first leg. Thomas
His
Banks.
conversion rates have been pretty good. 3 from 5 and 3 from 7 in his 2 games.
Second leg. It's Simon to throw
It
first.
just so happens that people have played
Game on.
very well against him. Blom averaged 93. Atkins 97. He didn't get a match start against Jamie Atkins because his opponent was fabulous.
100.
Which combination of 2 players are going to go through to Saturday night? Is it going to be Banks and Adams? Banks and Grayson? Adams and Atkins? Seriously, confusing. Blom is in 5th position right now. And he's 2 points behind top.
100.
But his leg difference is atrocious.
Well, Moreno has to win his last 2 games. Simple as that. And then he's got to hope for some
100.
combustion.
But let's explore that, shall we? What's the best result for Moreno Blom here? If he wants to find his way to the top 2, what is the best result for him?
From here, 4-1 Adams. Simple as that. Get Adams out the way with, because he's not his worry.
22.
He needs a big win from somebody. He needs a big win from somebody. Simple as that.
140.
Probably now he wants 4-0 Banks. Maybe the tables turn the other way. But either which way, he needs somebody to trounce the other to give himself a bit more contention in terms of legs difference. But then Moreno's going to have to find a 4-0 against one of
100.
Grierson or Atkins.
Thomas, you require
It's going to.
127.
The 1-2-7. He was looking for the treble 9 to leave
87.
himself tops if Adams not on a finish.
Looks pretty comfortable in this game.
Well, he's averaging 115 right now.
It's only a leg and a half.
Could be 2 legs in the next start.
$59. Thomas, you require 40.
Well, he's bounced back from a couple of disappointments. Well, he moves into a 2-0 lead.
Thomas Banks.
Back-to-back 13 darters for Thomas Banks, and he really is in the groove. And Simon
Third leg,
Adams,
it's Thomas to throw
not
first.
many can do
Game
anything
on.
about this. Look at Simon in the background. He's just
45.
laughing at how good Thomas is playing.
We've all been there. We've all been there.
You know when they say it's so good it's laughable? Turns out it's the case.
Sometimes you get somebody when it's their time.
80.
It's their slot. Play this game long enough, you're going to run into someone who's having a heater.
135.
This is exactly why a lot of people rate Thomas Banks. Just a little diversion away as we look at the board finals in Players' Championship 17. Dave Chisnell will take on Florian Hempel
85.
or Connor Scott. Now, you're convinced
60.
that we're not going to see Connor Scott here next year.
We're not going to see Connor Scott here next year. Simple as that. We will not see him here. He will have a tour card, one way or another, whether that's through the Challenge Tour, whether that's through Q School. He's going to be nowhere near Portsmouth in 2025. So enjoy him, embrace him, look after him.
85.
And I think he could well walk out of this building as a Champions Week winner.
91.
He's the favourite right now. Adams just can't catch Banks at the minute. Hasn't had a shot at double. And there's a real possibility he might not even get one if Banks has got anything to do with it.
Could walk into the PDC as the WDF World Champion, of course, Connor Scott.
Didn't do Andy Barton's any harm, I guess, but
134.
hasn't done him any good either. He's played well this season and got very little for it. Just goes to show, doesn't it? Leaving 166. It doesn't do you any good anytime.
40. Thomas, you require 36.
So double 18 for Banks to open up a 3-0 advantage. Close to the wire. That should be a good guide. Too far inside. Double 9.
27.
And has presented an
Simon, you require
opportunity here to
126.
Adams. You won't put it past him. Because anything's possible when this man's at the hockey.
How about now? I'd put it past him now. And Banks, who has been pretty efficient on the doubles
43.
so far
Thomas,
today
you
when he's had his
require
chances.
9.
This is one of the trickiest ones he's been given.
Game shot on a third.
Very good.
Thomas Banks.
Putting his foot down. Now back to the top of the table provisionally.
Fourth leg. It's Simon to throw first.
What a table this is.
Game on.
This is the last game in round 3 of the day and round 8 of 10 in Group C here in week 9. Banks wins another leg. The top 2 are going to be these two.
125.
With 3 players 2 points behind. I think the only word that comes to mind
100.
is bedlam.
Just another Friday at the Super Series then.
Pretty much. It is the most exciting day of the week because it's 2 groups we're going to finalise to see who
41.
joins the one person who's got their feet up.
Well, as I saw him walk down the high street yesterday, slippers up.
131.
Slippers and socks, that's a crime.
He was wearing slippers.
As in for like, you know, those like slippery, sandally type things.
I've got to remember that. Next time I go into
Sliders,
a shoe...
that's it, sliders.
I'll go into a shoe shop and I'll say, can I have some of those
135.
slippery, sandally things? I'm not a fan of the old socks and
100.
sliders thing. I think that should be outlawed. That's actually something that Eric Ten Hag has outlawed at Manchester United.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate that culture of football.
120.
This would be some way to finish a game.
Thomas, you require 170.
If he doesn't hit it, Adams can get his first dart at a double in the match.
48. Simon, you require 80.
Well, there has been a day where 3-0 leads have been dangerous territory, and if Adams could pull one back here, who knows what could happen.
Another one. To leave tops.
40.
Chance to win the match, and this
Thomas,
is a
you
lot
require
easier than 170.
122.
Well, he's put in a big performance when he's needed it. He's not going to get a big finish.
54.
But he's going to keep
Simon, you
Simon
require
Adams
40.
honest as he aims at tops to get his first leg on the board.
He's gone troubleless in his last 6 darts as that young man. That one sailed over the top.
20.
Didn't get close.
Thomas, you require 68.
Is he faltering at the wrong time?
Goes to 16's route. And he's going to have a dart at double 8 to win it. It
52.
doesn't go.
Simon,
And
you
you can
require
tell the
20.
frustration on the face of the young man from Norfolk. But it's the man for Port Elizabeth now who's aiming at double 10. And he looks hot and bothered in the background, Banks. It's not the first time that he's
Game
been
shot on the
drenching
fourth
himself
leg,
down with a
Simon
towel.
Adams.
But Adams refuses to throw the towel in. He gets his first leg on the board and he forces Banks
Fifth
to
leg,
serve
it's
it out.
Thomas to throw first. Game on.
If you're going to be a top dart player, Thomas, you're going to have to play
85.
in heats like this. Trust me, if you ever make it to Blackpool, this is what it's like. In what sports do you play in really comfortable circumstances?
Snooker?
26.
What's comfortable about playing pressure snooker? If you want to succeed at the top level,
97.
you're going to have to knock down the door of being uncomfortable.
I don't know how much of a tennis man you are, but Carlos Alcaraz said something during the French Open at Roland Garros.
95.
And he said that he enjoys pain. He enjoys suffering. And the more that he suffers, the better he feels.
134.
I know what he's talking about. Because the endorphins that you fire up from physical activity or stressful situations, they can be
100.
addictive. Otherwise, why would people do World's Strongest Man?
Adrenaline is an addictive drug.
136.
It's awesome is what it is.
Well, Banks leaves himself 49 to win 4-1 and to put himself back at the top of the
100.
pile.
Thomas, you require 49.
Tops of the match to
Game
round
shot
off a
and the
superb
match, Thomas
performance.
Banks.
You can see what it means to the Bulldog. The cry of get in, and to the top of the table he goes. A superb performance on the back of a couple of defeats to kickstart his day. He now has the ascendancy at the summit. An average of 95.73. 4 for 9 on the doubles. He gets the better of Simon Adams by 4 legs to 1, and it means it is he who holds the cards now at the end of the third cycle of matches. And so Banks and Adams both on 10. We have 3 players prized on 8. Campbell lodged on 4. Coming up after the break, Martin Grierson is in action up against Moreno Blom. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 3 rounds worth of play on this Friday afternoon in Group C. Before the break, Thomas Banks got the better of Simon Adams by 4 legs to 1. As a matter of fact, since match 4, every single game has gone with throw. Elsewhere in that round, Martin Grierson beat Jamie Atkins 4-2 and Moreno Blom beat Scott Campbell 4-3. And so, Thomas Banks is back at the top of the table from Simon Adams in second position. Martin Grierson, Jamie Atkins and Moreno Blom all on 8 points and all still in the mix. But it is advantage Banks and Adams in that race for qualification. And so effectively for Grierson and Blom, this is pretty much a winner-takes-all match. The loser realistically is gone, particularly if it's Moreno Blom because of his inferior legs difference. You get the sense here with Moreno that, yes, he has to win, but he has to win by a sizable margin.
Time to hit the jets, as they say. He's going to have to find his best stuff and keep it going for hopefully 8 to 10 legs for the rest of the day. The only way
First leg,
he gets his leg difference to all square is if he wins 4-0, 4-0. And he'd have to do that against 2 players who are above him. Now that's Blom. What about Martin?
140.
He's in a pretty positive position. If he beats Blom and gets to 10...
60.
Then his last match is against Banks. No matter where you look, with the 6 remaining fixtures, there's only one person
60.
who can relax. And that's Scott Campbell, because he's not going through.
You could play the
57.
perpetual Waller spoiler, and considering that Banks and Adams is his last couple of matches, then that very much is the case.
$100. 134.
We're privileged to see and hear certain things because we're very close to the action. But there are other things that we pick up on.
40. Martin,
For instance,
you require 106.
one of the players who's trying to vie for the top 2 has actually brought their suitcase with them to the venue. I want to know what you make of that, Henry.
44.
Because it means that somebody maybe hasn't booked accommodation for Friday night.
140.
It's a bit of a risky
Martin,
play,
you
isn't it?
require 62.
Well, we've seen it before, haven't we, where players don't expect to go far in a tournament and then put themselves in a bit of a pickle.
42. Moreno, you require
Grierson
70.
could be in a bit of a pickle here. Blom takes a 70 out. But he was looking for treble 14 there. And now he goes for the ball, and he
James on
gets
the
the ball.
first
And it's
leg,
brilliant
Moreno
for Blom as he takes a 1-0 lead with the break.
Second leg. It's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
He needs more of what he did in his last performance. But he needs it.
81.
At the expense of Grierson, yes. But he needs to limit the amount of chances Martin has at double. The more he does that, the more chance he's got of winning by a distance.
60.
My instinct is that maybe Moreno's left himself too much to do.
81.
I have been wrong before, and I will hold my hands up if that's the case this time. But even with a win in this penultimate match, he still can't make the top 2, and that's never a good thing with a match to go.
97. $137.
Well, we said that Moreno had to get a move on, and get a move on he is. Putting his average up to around about 89. It has been a case of either really good or really below par for him. He's had 2 averages
41.
deep in the 90s today. He's had one of 95, one of 93, but in the middle of that a 78.
Everybody who watches Moreno when he comes here, they know he's got talent. He's won 4 ranking WDF tournaments.
127.
But if he's going to be a bigger threat here and beyond, he has got to figure out the consistency side of things.
57, Moreno, you
I look
require
at someone like
75.
Alexander Mertz, for instance, who we haven't seen in a while. I see him as more consistent.
55.
Even though there's an argument to say that Moreno might be a better player.
But as you know all too well, it's okay having that raw talent.
100,
It's harnessing
Moreno, you
it
require 20.
consistently enough at the highest level. Well, he's good on double five. We're not there.
16, Martin,
I've
you
got the
require
weirdest way of explaining
146.
it in the next leg. But I promise you it will make sense.
$90.
Now, can he get
Moreno,
rid of
you
this leg before
require
it gets
4.
troublesome?
Cannot afford this to get messy.
Game
But
shot
he
on the
won't allow it
second
to get
leg,
messy.
Moreno
He'll
block.
pin first time. Blom 2 up.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Right, my analogy is this. And you're either going to get this immediately or you're going to think I'm completely crazy.
100.
Take Moreno Blom and take another, let's say, Dutch dart player of a similar level.
134.
And let's say they're both carrots. I do have a point. If they're standing side by side, raw and peeled, they're going to taste the same, right?
81.
What you add to them will elevate them to another level.
135.
What I mean in sports terms is when you add structured practice, coaching from the right people, better mental aspects.
55.
With carrots, it's like adding honey and salt and pepper and the right temperature to roast. It's the same sort of thing.
108.
Taking the basic ingredients and then adding the right things and making it elite. I think that's what Moreno needs to do.
Well, Grayson's on the chopping block here because Moreno's left himself
59.
52
Moreno, you
after 9
require
against the
52.
throw, and Grayson's nowhere to be seen. Tops for an
Game
11
shot on
dart
the
leg.
third leg.
And these are the
Moreno
moments
block.
that we know Moreno is capable of, and he's showing it here today. When it's come to the boil, he is coming
Fourth
up with
leg,
the
it's Moreno
goods.
to throw
An average of
first.
93-94. He's 3-0 up.
And you don't boil carrots.
100.
You just don't because you leave all the flavour in the water.
Well,
Fact.
I've got a chef in my ear, and he's agreeing with you.
59.
Because that person who's in your ear knows exactly what he's talking about. Right now, I'll tell you what kind of
100.
carrot Moreno Blom is. He's a salt-baked carrot. Look at what he's doing in the game. He's averaging mid-90s. His doubles are brilliant.
96.
And he is striding towards what could be the ultimate carrot, which is a place in Saturday.
Well, it might be dangled for him here.
100. Moreno, you require
Well,
161.
he has taken next to no time here, and he's got 6 darts to wrap up a win 4-0. Been a good performance, average on 97. It's
53.
going to dovetail as a result of that visit. He's been, numerically speaking, the best player today, Moreno, if you take out that Blom blot against Adams.
Blomblot.
85.
Sounds
Moreno,
like
you
a really
require
bad syndrome.
108.
How about this? Well, well, well. 72. He's still got loads of targets to aim at, but 2 of them are covered. Oh, what a
84.
dart.
Martin, you require 161.
He'll be hoping that hard work's not in vain. Oh, this would hurt. But the 161 isn't going to go. And so Moreno Blom will step back up for double
97.
12
Moreno, you require
to complete
24.
a 4-0 win.
Game
In
shot
next to
and the
no
match.
time at all. In
Moreno
about
block.
8 minutes, Moreno Blom has got the better of Martin Grierson by 4 legs to nil. You sense he needed to get a big win somewhere. He's got a 4-0 win against Martin Grierson. An average just under 94. When it's good, the radar's really good for Moreno Blom. That a real solid performance. Coming up after the break, Scott Campbell against Thomas Banks.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Labanov.
saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it
Darius Labanowski.
a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. If this would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
Fifth leg. Shot on the
It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Scott Campbell takes on Thomas Banks in our 11th game of the session here, the live lounge in Portsmouth. Banks, top of the table, 10 points to his name, plus 9 by way of legs difference, up against Campbell, who is the only player who is out of contention now. 4 points to his name, but he can play the role of spoiler. And we know that he plays his best stuff towards the latter ends of the day, and so maybe that could be
First leg, it's
just a
Scott to
fillip
throw
for him
first. Game on.
up against Thomas Banks, who is so close now.
Maybe 60.
Now, before we go too deep into this one, news from the Pro Tour. People into the last 16. Joe Cullen has beaten
134.
Gary Anderson, the number 4 seed. And Cameron Menzies, countryman of Scott Campbell, has beaten Gerwin Price by 6 legs to 2. More seeds falling. Van Veen out. Gurney out.
91.
And people in the last 16 involving unseeded players. Players like Chris
96.
Landman, Keane Barry, Neil Zonneveld. Another crazy day in Milton Keynes to join a crazy day in Portsmouth.
Well, we have seen some Super Series friends make it through to that last 32. John Henderson,
100.
Justin Hood, Cameron Crabtree. Henderson actually with a milestone today in terms of
104.
Pro Tour appearances, because his appearance in Players Championship 17 this afternoon was John Henderson's 300 Players Championship event, the 25th player to do so.
That's a lot of trip to
55.
Barnsley.
Scott, you require
And
110.
Milton Keynes and Leicester and Wigan. Banks has got a chance to break in the first leg, which is
50.
exactly what he did in his
Thomas, you
last
require
match.
112.
And after that, the result was academic. Oh, great dart. Brilliant
Game shot
finish,
of
that.
first leg, Thomas Banks.
Call him the Bulldog, but that second dart was a bulldozer.
Second leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Every player now is at a ton plus checkout today.
40.
Now, going back to that Players' Championship event, that defeat for Gary Anderson has meant that he's been unable to break 2 records. He needed to play 4 games today to make it 1,000 matches in Players'
41.
Championship events. And if he'd won that game, it would have been his 750th win in a Players' Championship match.
I think he's still going to get there.
96.
I think so. Rain van Barneveld also took part in his 250th Players' Championship event, and Steve Beaton is 4 wins away from 750 victories
81.
on the Pro Tour. And as we know, the timeline for Steve Beaton as a PDC professional
95.
running very, very thinly. He will move away from the PDC and will hand in his tour card at the end of 2024 after the World Championships.
100.
I sincerely hope he makes the World Championship. That would be a fitting end to a storied career.
100.
If we're all honest, that's going to be one of the hottest tickets in sport in December when Steve Beaton plays. Can you imagine the standing ovation? Can you
59.
imagine it?
Thomas, you require 170.
There will not be a dry eye in the house. Certainly won't be on the face of Dan Dawson, that's for sure.
134.
I've already bought my wig. Banks is doing a very good job considering he lost his first 2 games today.
60.
He has recovered
Thomas, you require
fabulously.
36.
And he's got to do
Yeah,
this
he's
job
on a
against the
second
one
leg.
person who
Thomas
is
Banks.
mathematically out.
Third leg, it's Scott to
And he's
throw
got
first.
a leg difference that is
Game on.
dreamy right now. Plus 11 as it stands. 6 legs ahead of Simon Adams, who has the game in hand against Atkins
91.
next. It looks pretty good at this point, but he's got to get the result first.
44.
Since losing his first couple of matches, Thomas Banks hasn't dropped a leg. On 4-0. Sorry, he won 4-1, sorry, against Simon Adams. He's dropped 1 leg since. He won 4-1 against Simon Adams. 2-0 up here. He
39.
has dealt with the adversity really well. Really well.
And that's how you learn. What kind of adversity did you have when you were 17? I ask everybody watching. And what did you learn from it?
43.
What did you learn at 17 6 years ago, Henry?
What did I learn?
140.
The fact that you don't know means it was too soon. It was 1996 when I was 17. That was Euro 96. What did I learn at that point?
60.
England could take penalties because they beat Spain in a penalty shootout.
But then couldn't take penalties against Germany.
100.
That's something else that
Scott, you
everybody
require
learned.
167.
Oasis, Don't Look Back in Anger was a number 1. And then we had the Spice Girls with Wannabe at number 1 in the charts.
How do you know that? You weren't even born.
57.
Young Thomas was definitely not born.
84.
1996 was the year, of course,
Scott,
Steve
you
Beaton
require
won the world
110.
title.
Correct. He loves that route for 110, doesn't he? Does he love tops?
70.
He might not like what
Thomas,
comes
you
next.
require 94.
And another?
Game shot on the third
Absolutely
leg.
wonderful.
Thomas Banks.
There is a glint in his eye, a bounce in his step,
Fourth leg, it's Thomas to
and
throw
he is
first.
cruising to a victory
Game on.
here. As long as he keeps that going, this is a really, really good performance from this young man,
58.
who is proving to the world over the last few days that there's more than just one world-class 17-year-old.
We said earlier on, how are we going to
100.
see Thomas Banks respond to pressure when it's put on his shoulders? Well, the answer is he continues to improve.
93.
90.22 to the averages. Best performance was that game against Simon Adams, where if it went wrong, it would have gone really wrong for him. He was put in a bit of a hole after he lost that game to Jamie Atkins from 3-0 up. But he's
60.
dug himself out of it and then some. And now, may not be too far away from booking a spot
96.
into Saturday night's final.
And he's nowhere near the finished article. Not even close. So many things to be ironed out. But the raw materials,
139.
they are precious.
However, qualifying does come at a bit of a cost for Thomas because he's going to have to forego one of the 2 days
58.
at Bradmore Farm for the ADT Championship Finals, where he is currently the top seed. He is going to play on Sunday no matter what, but he will be here, it seems, it looks now, on Saturday night. He's oh so close.
He's going to deserve a day off after this weekend, doesn't he? This is what his week could have looked like by Monday morning. Development tour for 3 days, Super Series for 6, ADC for a
26.
Sunday. Come Monday, he's going to be exhausted.
Could he do it with a fish? He's fancying it in the background. But Campbell has left himself on
Thomas
top, so
require
maybe I'll have to
170.
go.
140. Scott, you require.
He's only had
40.
one daughter to double in the match. Guides don't get much better than that. But you've got to hit them.
20. Thomas, you require 30.
And so Banks is back for a 4-0 win. It's double 15.
Game
It's a
shot, and the
4-0
match,
win for
Thomas
Thomas Banks. And it's relief on the face of the Bulldog, who after a couple of defeats has picked up 2 big wins. And Saturday night is in the sights of Thomas Banks. The Bulldog, well, he's hoping for success on the Super Series stage. He may be taking a big step in the right direction. He has beaten Scott Campbell by 4 legs to 0. 4 from 4 on the doubles, including the 112 out. He has beaten Scott Campbell to 0. Coming up after the break, we are going to watch Jamie Atkins in action against Simon Adams.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum. Team for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosch.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And
there.
he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game with that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Hello, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we can confirm Thomas Banks' place into tomorrow night's final. A 4-0 victory against Scott Campbell means that the Bulldog is going to be back tomorrow night for a first tilt at the Super Series jackpot. And he's just found out in the back room, and to quote what I have been told, he is buzzing about that. Well, our mathematics have it that Simon Adams would also be pretty much there with a victory against Jamie Atkins in this, our 12th game of the afternoon session. It feels like now or never for Atkins in terms of making it through. And realistically, Jamie Atkins isn't just playing for himself. He's also playing for Moreno Blom here, who needs him to win just to stand any chance going into the final round of matches. And Moreno would play Jamie.
82.
Our last 3 games have been won by a distance. Banks has won 8-1 in his last 2 matches, in the last 3 games played. He has bulldozed his way into Saturday.
80.
But if you look at the live table, Simon Adams is second with 10 points and a superior leg difference to that of everybody trying to catch him.
134.
If he gets to 12 with 1 match left, let's face it, everybody turning up on Saturday night is going to be looking at a smiling South African.
81.
And the game that could have done the damage in this group is possibly the 4-0 win for Adams against Blom in Game 5.
And here's the clincher. When you come to the last match that you play, you don't want to be playing someone who can also benefit from your bad performance. What I mean by that is, Adams is playing
81.
Campbell last.
Jamie, you require 105.
Campbell doesn't matter anymore. An 8-leg swing's not going to happen in that fixture.
Game shot on a
But a
first
1-leg
leg.
swing's
Jamie
just happened
Atkins.
right there. That's a great start in 12 darts, isn't it? Has Atkins left it late?
Second leg. It's Simon to throw first. Game on.
Oh, this is just so tight, isn't it? Atkins needs the win, and boy, does he need it to be big as well. 4-1, 4-0 will be ideal.
But he's just beginning to bubble up to something, isn't he, Jamie Atkins, as Adams kicks off leg 2 of a max. His performances today have been a lot more like what we expected from Jamie Atkins. And
93.
we thought if Jamie Atkins played as we expected him to play, he would make it through to the finals. Well, so far today, 87.5 average, followed by that 97 and that 4-leg burst of 107 against Thomas Banks. He then lost to Martin Grierson 4-2,
45.
averaging 86. And that level consistently has been a bit more than what Simon Adams has been able to produce. But Simon Adams has been a game in regulation so far this week. But Atkins here is going a bit berserk. I know it's still early days, and I know it's 6 starts into leg 2, but he's averaging 129.
95.
That puts pay to that. There's something you cannot sustain.
58.
Not that we've got any evidence of it anyway. The only person who has ever kept 130 going to a match-winning opportunity is Michael van Gerwen. He made a couple
44.
of mistakes and only averaged
Jamie
123 and change.
170.
But at the minute, Jamie is about as bothered about averages as I am about the
58.
plight of Sunderland Football
Simon, you
Club.
require 137.
Look at him in the background. He is working so hard. He wants this badly. And it's Simon that's on the chopping block right now.
59.
He is not safe.
Jamie, you require 112.
And I don't see him smiling right now.
Because Jamie's having one of his bursts. However, Adams in this
47.
leg has done
Simon, you
well
require
to
78.
keep Atkins at bay, and he's going to get the first opportunity, or at least he should get the first opportunity, and a double in leg 2. Stay straight, he'll get a dart at tops. But he's missed the ball completely, and that could be an unforced
38.
error, which could
Jamie
prove
requires
so
65.
costly, especially when you consider how Jamie's playing.
Double 16.
33.
I just
Simon, you
wonder if
require
Adams is
40.
very, very uncomfortable physically. That walk back was very slow.
Game shot on his second leg. Simon Adams.
That's a nice tonic.
Well, this probably typifies Simon Adams' week.
Third leg. It's Jamie to throw first.
There's a 20-point gap in the
Game
averages,
on.
but yeah, we're level at 1-1. It also shows that no two legs are the same.
97.
We saw a close-up angle of Jamie Atkins throwing action, which is an action which we spoke about yesterday. It's just got reliability written all over it.
Yeah, it's very repetitive, as it should be. It's very graceful.
100.
But you can have the best throw in the world. As if you don't hit what you're going for, you don't win. Who for you's got the best throwing action in the world
85.
right now?
I think it's very hard to disagree with the world number 1 and the world champion.
You think Luke Humphries has got the best
It's
throw?
up there, isn't it? Look, Steve Beaton has always been the textbook example, hasn't it? Exhibit A. In terms of here,
100.
Mike Warburton's always been the one that everybody talks about as the throw to die for.
It is.
133.
I have people who come to me for advice. And I say to everybody, look at his throw. It's perfect. There's nothing wrong with it at all. But he was a runner-up in this series.
What's out
43.
to Adam Paxton, who we're going to see at Champions Week. Looking forward to watching Adam at Champions Week. Really good player. And I think he's going to be one of those players that we see here. A little bit
43.
maybe like Tom Sykes. I don't want to keep making the comparison between the two, but a player that we see over a number of appearances get better, and we maybe talk about as a real big name here. I like to call a project player.
96.
A bit like a
Jamie
Crabtree.
require
A
143.
bit like a Heenahan.
$57.
He's just slowed up a little bit in the last leg and a bit, hasn't he? Just got to get back on it.
$84.
Now that he hears that score,
Jamie, you require 86.
he knows he's going to have to go 2 singles for bullseye in the 18s. But what would he give for a 54 with dart 1?
One dart at the bullseye.
61.
Doesn't go.
Simon, you require
And in the last
78.
leg, Adams was left on 78. He didn't get a go at tops.
Can he recover? Not on this occasion. He's taken full advantage this week
46.
of
Jamie,
people
you
missing
require
chances
25.
against him. Just how many times can he survive?
Because Atkins has had that line perfect
9.
until
Simon, you
then.
require 32.
Now starting to show a little bit of emotion. There's nothing wrong with that. You can see what it means to the players. Other side, Simon. Simon says hit double 16.
No score.
Is
Jamie
this
requires
where
16.
the sands of change begin to arise in this tungsten battle for second place? Double 8 for Atkins. 2 4s. In
Game
it
shot on the
goes.
third leg.
And Jamie Atkins is 2-1 to the good. In a must-win game,
Fourth leg.
he
It's Simon to
finds
throw
himself
first.
in front.
Game on.
And with that one shot, he's jumped 2 places in the table. With one dart.
41.
He's gone from 5th to 3rd. He's provisionally, because he's in front, on 10 points with Adams and Blom.
But you sense a big win, and then
140.
Atkins could well be favoured again, because he'd be, if he can win this game 4-1, he'd be +1 legs difference. Adams would go down to +2,
85.
both with 10 points. It really couldn't be any tighter. The final round of matches sees Blom take on Atkins, and Adams up against Campbell.
Well, make no
96.
mistake, Campbell is very much part of the equation now, because everybody who's trying to chase Adams down has become the biggest Scott Campbell fan.
60.
He has not won a game today. But everybody else wants him to win one. Depending on this result.
58.
Because Adams can still win this one.
However, he has got a long way from here to come back, and it just looks like,
17.
and it feels like the 5 days really are beginning to take its toll. And Atkins is just doing what he needs to do. It's a proficient, professional job.
59.
And is on the cusp of building up a 3-1 lead, building up a breaker throw, and then having the darts to win it 4-1.
I'm with you. I think that maybe
60.
Simon
Jamie
is starting to
require
wilt.
148.
He's got time on his hands here, Jamie Atkins, on this 148. Just all about leaving it as handy as he possibly can.
56.
It's just below the treble bed with dart 3. Will leave himself 92. How he needed that treble.
100.
Just keeps himself an
Jamie
interested
require
party,
92.
just in case.
I think he needed more than that. Double 12.
68.
Let's find out if he did
Simon, you
need
require 138.
more than that 100 score. He did.
Jamie had one glance over to the board. He
60.
saw Adams miss
Jamie
dart 1.
require 24.
And now he prepares his journey back to the Oki, where he looks at double 12. But that's wild. We don't need us to say anything. He said it himself. Wow.
Nothing
No
went
score.
right there.
Simon, you require
And the symptoms
78.
were there. In a visit before that, a lot of the shots were low. Oh, he's had a chance to
66.
equalise, and it's all
Jamie,
gone
you
wrong.
require 24.
After that 54 was hit, we all thought it was going to be 2-2.
Could be 3-1 up conceivably here, Simon Adams. He's being outplayed. Double 6.
Game
This
shot on
time
the fourth
finds it.
leg. Jamie Atkins.
He's 3-1 up and a leg away, but he is making it harder work than what he needs to make
Fifth
it.
leg. It's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
This is a bit like watching that race with speed walking, and you're almost clamouring for them to just run to the line, but they're not
100.
allowed to. It's not just the players that have to be patient, it's the people watching.
85.
This is fascinating stuff. And always in a group when it goes to the last round of fixtures. It could even go to the last match.
91.
You just cannot take your eyes off it.
And perhaps for the first time this week has the demeanour of Simon Adams changed. There's finally there's been a little
44.
bit of a concerned look on his face. He's been smiling throughout, and it's a infectious energy that really has swept through the live lounge over the past 5
60.
days. But he knows that he is in a hole, and Jamie Atkins is just continuing to chip away at him.
140.
There will be more action tonight from 10 p.m. with the climax of Group B. And everybody is still involved in that group, thanks
60.
to the final round of matches last night. Steve Hine on 2 points. Well, we've got the Pigeon and Scotty Dog in charge of that group tonight.
85.
Atkins thinking 2 treble turn. Leave me something tangible. Leave myself
60.
a 2 darter, but he's
Simon, you
unable to
require
do either.
147.
What a shot this would be. Wrong treble.
123.
Well,
That'll do.
Jamie, you require 130.
But this would do even better.
Well, Jamie Atkins has already had a seismic 130 today. He hasn't got another one in the locker. And he gives Simon Adams
58.
another
Simon, you
opportunity to win a leg.
24. Game shot on
Very
the
well
fifth
done.
leg, Simon Adams. Sixth
We
leg,
just
it's
don't
Simon to
know
throw
how
first.
valuable that leg was.
Game on.
We mentioned the importance of 4-1 in terms of keeping legs difference tight.
100.
One thing Jamie's got to figure out right now is where this first dart is going, because too often in this match it's gone low. Much better. Now he can attack it. And look what happens when he gets the first dart right.
And he gets it right. He gets it very right. But the issue Jamie's got is he has to probably win big in his last
55.
game. And he has to take on Moreno Blom. Now, Moreno today has put in some big performances, also put in some big wins. Moreno will know that he has to win
84.
big again. There's a possibility that both players could come out of that feeling very disheartened.
125.
And suddenly Simon Adams could be clawing his way back into this contest.
96.
It would be somewhat typical of Adams if he was to win the game 4-3. It's been his favourite result this week.
85.
How
Jamie
much can he
require
take?
141.
Shots on. Double 12. Oh, it's happened again.
126. Simon, you require 136.
That dart at double 12 is not corresponding. But Adams is going to take out the 136. Atkins can at least have a sigh of relief that way.
46.
And he hasn't really
Jamie, you require
applied
15.
surmountable pressure. He should get 2 more match darts. Double 4. Down to 2 twos.
13.
He's left in the madhouse.
Simon, you require 90.
Can he recover? He's lost the line. The bullseye's out of the equation. And finishing the leg is as well.
74. Jamie, you require 2.
For 2 valuable points, he needs 2 valuable points.
No
It
score.
goes low. And Adams comes
Simon,
back
you
to take
require
us all the way.
16.
And suddenly, when Jamie Atkins looked in a good position, Adams could be a leg away from making it through. He
Game
finds
shot on the
double 8.
sixth leg,
He
Simon
shouldn't
Adams.
be here. He shouldn't be in a last leg. Atkins should have had this game wrapped up. But Simon
7
Adams,
from
yet
final leg.
again,
It's Jamie to throw
finding a
first.
way
Game on.
to claw something when nothing seems available. How does he keep doing it? And he's now been given an
23.
opportunity because Atkins has had a poor first go.
You look at it one way, I look at it another. How does he do it? Or why
60.
aren't the others doing it? The amount of match darts he's faced this week is extraordinary.
134.
Jamie Atkins must win this leg. And even by doing so, he's in hot bother.
30. $60.
There's no disputing it. He's let this one slip. He could recover. But
60.
the margins are so fine that not winning it by a larger margin might be fatal.
Well, the truth is, even though he may win this game, he may feel like he's lost it. He's effectively half the score there. He's first to a finish. He's going to get plenty of time. But he's missed 15 darts at a double in this match.
45.
And
Jamie
that
require 144.
has ultimately cost him.
I was going to say, whatever you do, Jamie, don't leave double 12.
46.
Well, he might still do it if he gets single 20 and treble 18.
Well, he needs
125.
to move below,
Jamie
but
require 98.
again, the miscalculation kicks in, and it's given Atkins 6. Maybe double 12 after all.
Probably a blessing that he's not on it.
38.
He's missed it multiple visits. As long as he stays straight and gets the weight right, because we have seen a missed single 20 north of
36.
tops
Jamie
from Adams.
requires 60.
This is a chance for Atkins to be part of the conversation in the final round of play.
It should have been easier than this. However, first prerogative is always the points. Tops for Atkins. He gets
Game
over the
shot
line
and the match. Jamie
against Simon
Atkins.
Adams. Well, you wouldn't know who was the victor and who was the loser in that match, judging by the facial expressions in that handshake. Atkins, who won the game, had the feeling of a man who'd lost it. Simon Adams, who lost that game, still with that beaming smile on his face. Atkins could have won it 4-1, he could have won it 4-2, he's eventually won it 4-3. And so we enter the final round of fixtures with Thomas Banks, who we know is already through, up against Martin Grierson, who would move on to 10 points if he wins.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're about to enter the final round's worth of matches on this Friday afternoon. So far, we have seen Thomas Banks progress his way through, and before the break, Jamie Atkins beat Simon Adams by 4 legs to 3. And so as we enter the final round of fixtures, which sees Banks take on Grierson, Blom up against Atkins, and Adams up against Campbell. That's what we've seen so far, and this is how the table looks as a result of it. So we know Thomas Banks is through on 12 points. Simon Adams has missed the chance to go through, although he's going to have a bit of a disaster against Scott Campbell to not go through, and he's going to need Jamie Atkins to not win big against Moreno Blom, who himself can still qualify. However, to qualify, he needs to beat Jamie Atkins 4-0, and then Scott Campbell needs to beat Simon Adams by 4 legs to 0. Anyway, back we go to the action, because Grierson and Banks is our 13th game of the session. And for Banks, a win would guarantee top spot. Martin Grierson is out the equation. But you have to say that on the back of the start that Thomas made to the day, his recovery from those first 2 defeats has been exemplary. Maturity beyond his years.
You can take a breath now, Henry.
First leg, it's Thomas to throw
Lot
first.
to cram in.
You feel like you've just done the full video printer.
108.
The fact that Banks can now relax. Watch out. He may go bananas here. Let's give you the latest results from Milton Keynes
60.
then. Ryan Searle 6, Stephen Bunting 3, 106 average.
95.
Probably the favourite for the title over in Milton Keynes. Joe Cullen into a quarter-final. That's a really good sign. He's had a dismal season on the floor. He's beaten Chris Landman 6-2. Ross
55.
Smith 6, Ryan Joyce 2, Keen Barry 6, Graham Hall 0, and Josh Rock 6, Neil
90.
Zonneveld 4. With 3 matches still going on, the quarterfinals are imminent in MK.
And that was needed for Joe Cullen, because at the end of yesterday, he was outside the provisional spots for the World Grand Prix.
60.
He's just clawed his way
Thomas
back
require
into
136.
position 16. The players who are at the biggest risk.
96.
Cameron Menzies looks set to be there, and that would be great to watch. But it looks like Wade and Cullen are the 2 that are the most susceptible, with Suter, Watamina, Clemens, Van
60.
Dyven, Boda,
Thomas, you require
and maybe
40.
just on the outside, Kevin Duets. Can Banks do it? Can he hit double 10? He's being
Game
queued
shot
it.
of first
He wins
leg,
leg 1.
Thomas Banks.
Yeah, I think the last couple of days has been a real wake-up
Second
call for
leg,
Joe
it's
Cullen.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
Former Premier League finalist. And now in the James Wade position of being on the bubble for a big tournament, which over the last few years he has booked his ticket for about a year in advance.
100.
Everybody needs a kick up the butt now and again. And when you come here, if you don't perform, you don't graduate to Saturday.
180.
Okay, Martin. What kind of kick would you like?
57. Martin, you require
Would you like a kick
141.
upstairs, downstairs, then a double 12? What are you up to? The collective groan of everybody at the live
89.
lounge, as if to say, oh, we're going to have to settle for just 3 $9 for the year then.
Well, nice little encouragement there for Thomas Banks. Grierson then on the cusp of levelling up at
58.
1-1.
Martin, you require 52.
Well, it would have been something to have really gone home and taken as a memento if Grierson could have nailed the 9. He could have a 12 if he finds double 10.
32.
But he is going to have time on his side, because Banks hasn't really put any scoreboard pressure on.
Not yet.
98. Martin, you require 20.
And still hasn't. So 1-1. That it is.
On his second leg, Martin Grierson.
And so level we are in this contest after the electric start
Third
that
leg, it's Thomas
Banks put
first.
in. That first dart. Oh, hello.
180.
He's going blind, is the Bulldog.
Who do you think you are, Thomas? Adrian Lewis?
108.
He kept everything on that 60.
3 legs in, there's been 5 180s. The record for a match is 9.
100.
And I'll tell you now, this record is under severe threat. That was in a game between Chris Gilliland and Luke Littler this time last year, in July last year. It really could go if this goes 7 legs. You know what happened? There won't be another 180 now.
No, there's probably going to be about 3 or 4 170 plus scores.
156.
Yeah, good recovery there from Thomas.
96.
This one's gathered a bit of pace. How do you think Martin's feeling, knowing that he's not going to make Saturday for the 3rd consecutive visit?
83.
He's obviously going to be disappointed because he's been very competitive.
He'll probably feel like this was the one that got away because this has been the best form he's been. He's played some good stuff, but the timing at the key points maybe was just found wanting. Tops with a break. Double 10. And it goes. Grierson breaks and leads 2-1. So, 5 180s in the first 3 legs.
4th leg.
What's leg 4 going to bring us?
Game on. $100.
Just a ton. You gave it the big build-up and everything.
100.
It's like ordering a creme brulee and somebody bringing over hundreds and thousands.
You haven't heard about my
81.
jinx complex, have you, Nico?
That sounds pretty complicated.
It's fairly simple. If I say something, the opposite happens.
Tell me I'm not going to win the lottery then.
You're going to win the lottery.
Thanks for your help.
96.
Tell me I'm not going to wake up with Katy Perry tomorrow.
Let's divulge.
96.
It was worth the shot. I'm not sure how Orlando Bloom would feel about it. Well, Thomas doesn't want to hit a 180 this time. I assure you of that.
100.
Well, this will be a world-class 140 if he finds it.
100. Martin, you require 124.
I wonder how much support he's going to have tomorrow night. Probably quite a bit. Ah, that was a dart thrown by someone in two minds as to what to do. And he shouldn't have been in two minds.
Game shot.
Should have been in simple minds.
Thomas Banks.
But he's not alive and kicking.
5th leg. It's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Grierson wants to put in a performance that says, "Don't you forget about me," and getting the selectors to possibly give him another go in the next series.
You've been spending too many times in 80s bars because there's no way you should know that song.
140.
Well, as for Banks, well, he did his work on the championship tour around about 15 miles north of the River Tyne in Middlesbrough. And he's going to have to forfeit one of the days in Bradmore Farm tomorrow to play here, and then he's hoping to be in the top 4 for the Global Championship. He's guaranteed top 8 pretty much.
Sorry, I can't let that slide, Henry. 15 miles north of the River Tyne is around
96.
Ashington, which is where Steve Harmison's from. Middlesbrough south of Newcastle. You've just made about 400,000 enemies.
Well, it adds to the other 40 million.
Oh, right, Mr. Self-Deprecation. It's like me saying that the Isle of Wight is near
91.
Petersfield.
Martin, you require 160.
Well, it is a little bit.
It isn't.
It's closer than it is to Newcastle.
You're really not going to let this go, are you?
97. Thomas, you require
Come on, Thomas.
40.
Get us back on topic.
30.
Oh.
Martin, you require 70.
Lets it slip. Maybe a little bit of adrenaline has been lost. How about tops for Grayson?
Game shot of
That
fifth
has
leg,
been his
Martin
favourite double.
Grayson.
He has been very good at it. 3-2 lead, and it might be a parting shot for Martin.
Good
Sixth
performance,
leg, it's Martin to throw
94-24.
first.
Banks himself
Game
just
on.
under the 96 mark. And ever since we mentioned leg 3, there was 5 180s. You haven't seen one
81.
since.
Well done, Jinxie.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to try and do the reverse. We will not see
140.
another 180 in this match. There'll be no more maximums. I promise you. I promise you.
What we're not going to see is Dave Chisnell in the quarterfinals in Milton
55.
Keynes. He's been pummeled by Florian Hempel.
$45.
Quarterfinals are going to be Hempel against Searle, Cullen against Hurrell, who's beaten his good pal Jim Williams. That was
100.
best friends against each other on board 4 over in MK. Ross Smith against Keane Barry, and Cameron Menzies against Josh Rock. Oh, yeah.
108.
Well done, Henry. The king of reverse psychology.
I'm not going to be commentating with you tonight if we're going to carry on with that reverse psychology thing.
133. Thomas,
Took me
you
a second
require
to figure that out, actually.
136.
Can he bend it around that dart? Nope.
51.
It's
Martin, you
match
require
point Martin.
132.
It was for about 3 seconds.
And so Banks is back to
56. Thomas, you
take us all the
require
way.
85.
Bull
60.
does not go.
Martin, you require
And
76.
so Greason returns for 76 to complete a 4-2 win to at least finish his campaign with somewhat of a high. Tops is what he wants.
Game
And
shot
Grayson
and the
will
match,
end with
Martin
a win.
Grayson.
He gets the better of Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 2. It's not going to be enough to send him through, even though he's moved on to 10 points. But it could well give him a bit more prize money, a few more pennies in the pocket, who knows. Well, it was a good contest, that. The numbers indicative of that fact. And Grayson picks up a 4-2 win against Thomas Banks. Coming up next, Moreno Blom up against Jamie Atkins. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Martin Grierson's got the better of Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 2, and now it is must-win territory for Moreno, Blom and Jamie Atkins. The winner will move on to 12 points, and then we'll be hopeful of a Scott Campbell win against Simon Adams. It is knockout, pretty much, for this pair. Blom definitely needs the win. Atkins, with the win, would put himself on to 12 points. He's got the slightly better legs difference, Atkins, but realistically, you'd need Campbell to go berserk against Adams. So effectively, win, lads, and give yourselves a chance and hope that Adams slips up. But who do you fancy for this game, Nico?
First leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Well, isn't that a bit of a pickle? Who do you guys fancy at home? Now, I've got some numbers in front of me right now. And we've got the benefit of seeing that 180 start. But they've both got 6 points for the day, 3 wins. They both have a leg difference for the day of plus
93.
2. It's identical. But if I'm being honest, I've got to go with the person with the throw. I've got to go with Blom. I've got to go with behaviours. He's made a Saturday before. He's done this before. Jamie hasn't.
58.
That's why I'm going with Blom. There's only 20. How is that still in the board?
38.
So, into a bit more extreme, I suppose, with Mervyn King today on the Pro Tour, where we had
Moreno, you
the
require
Gary Andersons
152.
on 80, which became nothing at all. Well, this first leg's becoming a tall order for Jamie Atkins. He's a long way back. He's got off to a slow start, whereas Moreno Blom has rampaged out the traps. And you know what we've said about him and playing games of edge? Well, in the game with the biggest edge and the least
Moreno,
margin forever,
94.
he has come out turbocharged. Tops of 14 data, 1-0 Blom.
Moreno Blom.
Yeah, that's a really good start.
Second leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
It's never good to have your destiny in somebody else's hands. But if you lose the match, your destiny is going home.
Now, I'm just wondering whether with the heat and the conditions
39.
and the fact that Moreno's throw, yes, it's fast, but the darts don't go into the ball with a lot of authority. They do go in rather softly, whether in these conditions he may get a few more bounce outs than others.
58.
Yes, because they go in more upright than other players. Look at that wobble.
94.
Now pay attention to Jamie's darts. Look at what they do. Thud. Different angle. Different behaviours.
96.
How many darts has he had on the floor? Very few.
Well, effectively, the size of the ball, they're living organisms. So in the summer, it'll make the ball just a little bit softer, and in the winter makes it just a little bit harder, which is why in professional competitions, the boards are stored at
43.
as close to a perfect temperature as possible to give the board the best chance and give the players the best chance. But when you're in extreme heat and extreme temperatures, we see it sometimes in Blackburn, particularly when you're playing in places, particularly the last Vegas Desert Classic when that was a tournament, the boards will react differently because of the conditions.
94.
It's a bit like a Duke's ball, which reacts differently when it's sunshine out and reacts differently when there's cloud cover on the pitch.
170.
That's a cricket ball, right?
Yes.
$58. Moreno, you require 156.
Shots on.
100. Jamie, you require
He's taking risks, isn't he? Jamie Atkins needs tops. And he gets it in the bottom left corner.
Jamie Atkins.
They played game 2 yesterday.
Third leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
Atkins won
Game on.
4-2. What would he give to have that again?
60.
It was an okay game. Averages of 85 and 82. But they've both played better than that since then.
Don't know whether you saw that with the first throw, but it looks like Moreno's just slowing it down a little bit again.
42.
Seen that a few times.
His version of slowing down is still about twice as fast as most people.
27.
But it's just being played at a little bit of a half pace compared to how we usually see him throw.
137.
Quite contrary to that, I think Jamie's speeding up.
140.
Whatever Moreno's done, it's starting to bear fruit. Now, this is an interesting number he's got.
96.
Get the 60, he should switch to 19s. Go 19s.
100.
Should have gone 19s. Try and get 174. Leaves 100. That's 2 treble 19s and a 60. You get a single 19. It gives you the luxury of 25 and bull to leave a finish.
134.
Well, he's left himself on tops and has told Jamie Atkins, you're going to have to take another ton plus out, pal. He may well do. He could well do. It's double 7.
120.
So it just goes to show
40.
how many visits you might not get if you make a calculating error.
Game shot on a third leg.
He doesn't make an
Moreno
error
block.
there, and he takes the front. Can he keep it?
Fourth leg. It's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Moreno Blom, the man who lives and breathes and thrives in jeopardy.
60.
He prefers jeopardy compared to serendipity, and this is not a serendipitous position.
32.
Serendipity is about a result. It's a fortunate accident.
123.
Well, he's going to need a fortunate accident in the last game because he'll need Campbell to beat Adams even if he does win this match.
134.
The nature of darts is somebody succeeds, somebody fails. Somebody's going to be very happy in 20 minutes. Somebody's going to be devastated.
42.
Well, the whole idea of competitive sport is no matter how nice a man you are, you want somebody else to fail. Simple as that.
81.
Blom is just beginning to make some moves, and Atkins needs to stick with him. And at the moment, it's looking as if he's unable to do so.
Yeah, the average reflects that as well. 3.5 legs in. It's 77. It's not good enough.
80.
I can't see Blom relinquishing this mid-80s standard, which at the minute is good enough.
97.
Leaves himself first to a finish, and that kind of range, 139, you would give him half a chance the way he's been played
59.
today. But
Jamie
Blom has
require
not been able to put
139.
any tangible pressure on this. Is he going to add the 139 to the 130, the 105 and the 112? Not
99.
on this occasion, but he's going to do the next best job.
115.
Huge shot. Massive
Game shot on a
result.
fourth leg. Moreno Blom.
Tell you what, he's got bottle. That is bottle personified.
Fifth leg.
Look
It's
at what
Moreno to throw
Atkins did.
first. Game on.
He left himself on a double. And pop goes
140.
the Blom. That was one of the shots of the week, if not the best checkout we've had in the last 5 days. As far as the
57.
timing is concerned, that was mightily impressive.
And look at how he's kicking here. This is why he's won
400.
4 WDF titles. Because when it's come to the crunch, he is played nerveless.
Bad players don't hit shots like that.
60.
It's just a fact.
But even if he wins this game, he has to rely on Scott Campbell. It'll only be job half done, and he
82.
can't do the rest of it himself.
Yeah, Campbell's averages today, 82, 85, 90,
58.
78. Oh, it's tight, isn't it?
And again, you're playing Simon Adams. You just don't know what's going to happen in a game of his. But what it looks like is happening here is Moreno Blom is going to wrap this match up in next to no time at all. His best day has been his last day, with the exception of that game
85. Moreno, you
against
require
Simon
40.
Adams. He has been superb. He needed 4 wins from 5.
No
and
score.
he's going to do the appropriate thing and set up to have 3 more upon his return.
Well, you say that his best day is his last day, but there's a chance it might not be his last day.
55. Moreno, you require 40.
He's got time.
20.
And he's now missed 5 darts. 5 darts to win this match. And Jamie Atkins is nowhere on the scene. Nowhere
57.
to be seen.
Moreno, you
And he
require
could be
20.
heading for home fairly soon. Double 5. It's been the double that saved him so many
15.
times this week, but he's come
Jamie,
inside
you
on it
require
here.
129.
Treble 20 needed. And after 8 mismatched darts,
43.
we're getting
Moreno, you
signs
require
of what happened
5.
to Campbell earlier. Double 2.
3.
10 darts
Jamie, you
to
require
get to 12
86.
points have been missed in this 5th leg. He must feel like he's got rats in his brain right now. Double 7.
72.
Again, he misses double 7
Moreno, you
to give
require
Blom
2.
another chance.
And this
Game
time he
shot, and the
seizes
match,
it.
Moreno
Eventually he sees it as he seizes it. Well, 13th time lucky. They say it's unlucky for some, but for Moreno Blom, when he's done his side of the bargain, he's beaten Jamie Atkins by 4 legs to 1, and he now has to hope that Scott Campbell can get a result against Simon Adams at the tail of the tape. That 115 made it 3-1 and turned the tungsten tide. Well, it all comes down to the final game of the group. Simon Adams up against Scott Campbell. A win for Adams and he would be through. However, if Scott Campbell can get the better of Simon, then Moreno Blom, who at the beginning of the day was bottom of the table, would have done it again. And so here we go then. It goes down to the final game of Group C to see who the final player to make it through will be. It's in the hands of Simon Adams. If he wins this match against Scott Campbell, he will be through. Scott can't make it through, but what he can do is take Moreno Blom into Saturday night's finale if he gets the better of Simon in this contest. It really has been a dramatic day here at the Live Lounge. It's twisted, it's turned. At one point, Simon Adams looked comfortable. At one point, Thomas Banks looked in peril. But Banks has made it through. Adams will be with him with a win in Saturday night's final. But Moreno Blom is sat somewhere an interesting
First
spectator.
leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
He's sitting in Jimmy Van Schie's seat. It's always interesting when we go to the last game. I wonder if we're going to go to the last leg. But just to give you an insight into what we've seen today from these two, Simon's average for the day, 81.92.
45.
12 out of 32 on the doubles, 38%. That's not bad. And when you couple that with some very good doubling from yesterday, which was over 40%, that department has been more than fine.
60.
Campbell, 84.15, so he's averaged over 2 points more for the day, but his doubles have only been 26%. He's had less shots and less hits.
85.
What is the separating factor in this game? Is it Adams having the darts? Is it the fact that he's made it to a Saturday sooner than Scott has
140.
in the recent past? Just pick one.
I'll be honest, I have not got a clue.
Same. Let's just see what happens and see how the chips fall.
59.
It's a bit like watching Florian Hempel flogging Ryan Searle 4-1 in a quarter-final. It just doesn't make any form sense. But then again, this is a week where darts doesn't make sense.
100.
Keane Barry's beating Ross Smith 4-1. I mean, we're talking about a player from Ireland that could barely win a game at the start of the season. Now he's beating one of the form horses in the world. Darts is weird.
26.
Well, one thing's become very apparent very quickly. Simon Adams looks tired. And Scott Campbell just looks a bit fresher with a 2. Well, that could be the perfect tarot card for Moreno
81.
Blom.
Well, he's been under so much less stress today, the man from Scotland. And these guys will know exactly what's going on.
42.
After a protracted couple of days.
120.
It's now very simple. But at times today, it's been something less simple
84.
for Scott. Remember that game he had against Grayson where he was 3-0 up, missed 12 match darts? It all came tumbling down after that. And he's going to be bottom of the
83.
table
Scott
by a
required
minimum
36.
of 4 points.
Game shot on the
There
first
goes
leg.
a 1-0
Scott
Campbell leads. Well, before a dart was thrown yesterday, this was the meeting between the bookmakers' favourite to win the
Second
group
leg,
and the
it's
bookmakers'
Scott to throw
outsider.
first.
Campbell cannot go through, and Adams could. In matter of fact, if Adams wins this game, it's the two bookmakers' outsiders who would be the top two in the group.
49.
And actually, the two favourites for the group would be bottom of proceedings. In matter of fact, the form guide, in terms of the bookies, would have been completely twisted in the table.
100.
What was the price on Thomas Banks winning the group? 15-2, was it?
Which was we said was absolutely diabolical before dart was thrown.
Let's face it, we're feeling rather smug because we both said
140.
that's wrong. And sometimes, in a week where darts has not made much sense, that made sense to us. The fact that he has won this group.
100.
So if you had a little listen to our selections, congratulations to you. Remember, 18 plus, begambleaware.org if you're having a flutter on the Super Series tonight. We're going to be back at 10 to see how Group B culminates. We're going to watch the Pigeon, the Dog,
45.
the Muffin Man, Mr. Chips. I've not gone off on one, I promise you. They are the players that are playing.
And Tom Lonsdale.
100.
What? Das Boot. Lonsdale's a shoe. Could
That's a lead balloon.
No, he's playing Group B next week.
You've completely lost me. But at the minute, Scott Campbell is starting to lose his opponent.
85. Scott, you require 127.
But these are another one of those legs where Simon Adams, you felt, has been the back marker, but he'll go on and win. How many legs have we seen like this that Simon Adams has won?
78. Simon, you require 116.
Howell's left himself on 49. Adams needs a treble here, but that first dart isn't conducive. Finds it well with dart 2. Double 18.
98.
Just inside.
Scott,
Great
you
try.
require 49.
What do you fancy, Scott? Fancy his double 16.
Game shot on his second leg.
Moreno
Scott
Blom
Campbell.
is starting to inch towards Saturday. That's how it stands right now.
Third leg. It's Simon to throw first.
Banks
Game
has
on.
won the group. Blom is now in position to qualify if Simon Adams does not recover from here.
100.
For Scott Campbell, the thinking isn't what Simon Adams is doing, not what Moreno Blom is doing. For him, it's the justification
57.
as to the build-up we gave him, the favourites tag we gave him. I believe we are going to see him at some point again further down the line.
Well, it's just pride, isn't it? Because he hasn't won a game today. He doesn't want to leave on Friday without winning a
58.
game.
Clicked into gear later on in the session yesterday, and he's just beginning to play a little bit of better stuff here. Average 85.86. And sometimes
60.
an average can also be brought down when the opponent's not throwing much back at you too.
That's very true. That's why a lot of people, when they go to the Pro Tour, their averages do creep up a little bit.
140.
But Adams is creeping up on Campbell in this leg. Okay, he has the darts.
That's beautifully done.
134.
Still has a deficit, though.
$43.
Is that enough? More often than not, it isn't. He can't stay on a 60 there.
41.
I don't agree with that at all.
160.
I think a switch was needed with that third dart.
6 darts on 160 to get his first leg on the board. He's going to get a couple of goes. He's going to need those couple of goes.
95.
Slips wide with dart 3. Not a tremendous disaster, although if all goes wrong, it may just be a dart to the double at the end of the next visit. But Scott's just beginning to drop off and beginning to drop down
85.
towards Simon
you
Adams'
require
level.
65.
And Adams will be happy that this game is reaching a plateau point. Tops 2 in hand. But it doesn't go.
45. Scott, you require 124.
What's he got in the tank? Which treble can he get? That one is fine. Oh,
99.
that was close.
Simon, you require 20.
You can breathe, Simon. After a little bit of towel treatment, he can bring us to 2-1.
$10.
But
Scott,
this
you
time,
require
he
25.
cannot capitalise on a missed dart at a double. And maybe this time, his fate is changing. Double 8 for Campbell. 3-0 Campbell.
Third leg, Scott Campbell.
And Simon Adams here is facing the trapdoor. Moreno Blom, remarkably,
Fourth leg, it's
incredibly,
Scott to throw first.
miraculously,
Game on.
is a leg away from qualification. And Scott Campbell is doing all the damage for him. And he's looking more likely. There's a 10-point swing in the averages in Scott's favour.
140.
And when we were talking this morning off the air and when we came on the air at 1 o'clock, I don't mean to sound smug, because the job isn't done yet.
24.
But I said even Moreno Blom in 6th position is not out of it. Why does he keep doing this? We have referenced his debut week more than
57.
any debut of any player for good reason, because he found himself towards the bottom of the table with that infamous Scott Walters situation. He was the benefactor
100.
of Walters losing 5 games on Friday. He went to Saturday because he did everything right in the last day of qualifying, and it looks like he might have just pulled another rabbit out of the hat.
77.
He is like 2012 Wigan Athletic, where he just finds a way of keeping his neck above water in any table, no matter how bad the situation.
And that's the most random reference of the week right
60.
there. And I've talked about carrots.
Well, Campbell's closing in.
140.
And as a consequence, Blom is closing in. For Simon Adams, he is an infectious character. We hope to see him again soon. He brings such a energy to the Modus Super Series. He's played some good stuff this week.
66.
But it looks like his
Scott,
run is coming to an end here. Scott Campbell cannot qualify. But right here, right now, he can send Moreno Blom through with double 18.
51.
Both graze the wire, but neither go.
I can't imagine Simon Adams has got a flight booked for tomorrow. Even if he is going out, I would be amazed if he doesn't come down and watch
95.
the Saturday night action.
Scott, you
It
require
looks like
36.
he's about to be sent packing.
Double 9 for Scott Campbell. It doesn't go. And Adams is going to get one
Simon, you require
last
156.
chance.
Four match darts missed. And he has been
40.
in this kind of situation
Scott, you
already
require
today.
8.
Can he cross that finishing line? Double 2 to send Blom through and to send Adams out.
6.
And now he's heading towards the madhouse.
Simon, you
7
require
darts have come and gone to
116.
win this game for Scott Campbell.
Now it's double 1.
100.
And
Scott,
this
you
will not
require
feel easy.
2.
Even though it won't affect his position, but it will affect somebody else.
But
Game
eventually,
shot.
Scott
And the match.
Campbell gets over
Scott
the line.
Campbell.
And it's going to be Moreno Blom who joins Thomas Banks in tomorrow night's final. Simon Adams' courageous charge towards finals night has come to an end. Once again, he's provided us with entertainment. Once again, he's provided some excellent darts. But of course, the story of Simon Adams on the Super Series stage is more than just that of a darts player at the hockey. He is an inspiration of not just a country, but a continent. And I am sure we're going to see him again here at the Live Lounge. But the tail of the tape of that last game reads Scott Campbell 4, Simon Adams 0. But realistically, that's Moreno Blom 4, Simon Adams 0. Because it is Moreno who miraculously qualifies. He was bottom of the table at the beginning of the day. And he is into the finals tomorrow night. We're going to hear from Thomas Banks in a few seconds' time. He's the player that topped the group. He's going to have a chat with myself and Paul Nicholson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Friday really is a day of drama now, isn't it, at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But in the end, Thomas Banks made it stress-free. He's through to the finals. We're going to have a chat with him in just a second. We're going to get the thoughts of Paul Nicholson as well in just a second. But first and foremost, this is what we've seen on this Friday afternoon. A real dramatic affair. As you see there, Thomas lost his first 2 matches, but then won his last 3 to secure his spot through. Whereas on the other side of the coin, Simon Adams won his first 2 games, lost his last 3, and he lost out to Moreno Blom, who, after that 4-0 defeat to Simon Adams, looked as if he was pretty much out of the mix. It was a crazy, dramatic day, but it's one which has seen Thomas Banks through to tomorrow night's final. Many congratulations, Thomas. Just sum up your thoughts and your feelings right now.
I feel brilliant. Like, this is one of the best achievements I've probably had in darts. Obviously, I've done a lot in the youth game. I'm starting to do a bit more in the men's game, but I'm very happy with how this is going, and second time here, I'm buzzing to get over the line and get into finals night.
Let's talk about today generally first, because you went into it with obviously top of the table with that tag of being a favourite. Did it feel like the first time in this building that there was a weight of expectation on your shoulders?
Yeah, and I think my performances in the first 2 games proved that. I was very nervy going into today. I said to my dad in the car, I said, I can't do this. I went, I feel like I want to be sick. Like, it's just very nervy today, and I'm happy to get over the line, but in the first 2 games, I didn't play terrible, but didn't play how I wanted to play in the first 2 games. But in the end, I did get over the line after beating Simon. I feel like I kicked on really well, so it's really good for me.
What was the vibe like in the practice room in the middle portion of the day when things were very uncertain in the table?
I think everyone was like just hoping the results went their way. I mean, there was a point where I needed Simon to win a game, and I was like, I want to be top, but I need him to win, so it keeps a group so that I'm still a point or 2 points above. But I think my leg difference helped in Group C, whereas Group A it was quite bad. I think yesterday beating Moreno 4-0 really helped.
Bookmakers had you as the 5th favourite to win this group. Now, I don't know if you knew that, but we were talking here on Thursday afternoon saying, that's wrong. We know what you're capable of, and you've just proven it. That must make you feel good.
Yeah, it feels brilliant. I love being the underdog in darts anyway. Like, I don't want to go into any competition with being a favourite or anything, because I just feel like it puts unnecessary pressure on myself. So I like being the underdog in every situation.
What was the thought process after that second game, that second defeat?
I just thought I need to get one over Simon. Like, it was going 2-2 into the last game today between us, so I thought if I can get another one over Simon, I'll be all right. And then as soon as I beat him, I went into the game with a different tactic as much. Like, you'll see me like yesterday and the day before, just try and whiz back and just wait my turn. But this time I feel like I did a lot better playing against him as a slower player. But full credit to Simon. Like, he's been brilliant all week. He's kept the practice room really relatively happy. Like, as much as he's a player, he's a coach, and he's been trying to coach us all through wins and losses, and it's brilliant to have him here this week. Like, it's a great experience.
And then you beat Simon, and then you make it through. And somebody tells me that you were a very happy man when that was all confirmed.
Yeah, as soon as I got told I was through, I was buzzing. I don't think I've had a better feeling than this in ages. So it's good to get over the line, but I've got a job to do tomorrow.
You've also done Moreno Blom a bit of a favour by being so good, and then obviously Scott has done him a favour. He's through as well. He's a bit of a turbulent couple of days, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, on Monday he shot off like a cannon, like straight away. He was off in running. Tuesday was so unlucky. I felt for him, and then Wednesday got his way back up. And I think after Monday, Simon didn't do him any favours. Just beating him on constantly. You throw the quickest player in the group and the slowest player in the group together, you're not going to have a nice game for either of them.
And then in terms of tomorrow, you've got some decision making to make this weekend, because you've qualified here, you're top of the ADC Championship Tour order of merit going into the final weekend. So you're going to have to forfeit a day there to play here and then try and protect your ranking. The top 8 should be okay, but making sure you get top 4 and hopefully still top seeding status for the Global Championship here.
Well, mate, I said to my dad straight away, I said, like before I even come down, as soon as I knew my week, I said, what am I going to do? I said, got Dev Tour, which is good before, but then I got ADC after. I said, if I get through to Saturday night, I got a big decision. He went, well, we're not going there. I went, all right, and I just said it how it is because I look at my dad like my top mentor. Like, he knows it's been hard this week because he's not here, and when I'm rushing, I look over to him and he's hand signals. He knows, he's watched me since I was young, so he knows what I'm doing right, he knows what I'm doing wrong. So it's been tough this week, but it'll be good tomorrow to have him here, and hopefully I'll do a bit better than what I did today.
You must be shattered right now. I know you're only 17 years of age, but development tour, full week of Modus Super Series, you've played 25 games now, you've got a minimum of 2 tomorrow night, and obviously playing on Sunday with ADC. Please tell me you're going to have a couple of days off at the start of next week?
Probably not. I'll probably go to just some vaults and try and pick up some points. But I just love darts. Like, I've been playing since I was a kid, growing up in a pub, so playing darts is my life. Like, I have a job now which is going really well, and they've all been supporting me from back home. They don't know much about darts, but they've been there watching, and I couldn't thank them enough. But it's definitely going to be a busy couple of weeks, but just see what happens, and I just love playing darts.
We've seen you achieve so much, as say, top of that ADC tour. But this week, have we seen a real maturing of Thomas Banks? Have we seen another little emergence in your career?
I think so. I mean, I'm not a flashy player anyway, but this week the 180s were going in. I'm not usually a 180 hitter all the time. I'm more of a 96, 137s type player. So when I come down here and I saw like start hitting 180s, I was like a bit like, oh, all right, I can have some fun with this. So I think I tried 3 blind 180s, hit 2 of them. So I thought I'll just go for it. Like, I know what I can do, so I just thought I'd just have a bit of fun with it. And that last game against Martin was a brilliant game.
Welcome to 2024. And you've got a 17-year-old kid here who is a shining star of darts, seeing he's not a 180 hitter, and he has crushed the 180 markets this week and is hitting more than anybody else. So if you do turn into a 180 player, heaven forbid.
Well, Thomas, we'll have another chat with you in just a second. Myself and Paul are going to assess the rest of what we've seen. Let's talk about Moreno Blom first and foremost, because he has this uncanny way of, no matter what type of situation he puts himself in, he gets his way out of it. We've said all week that he's a player that has to play on the edge. You don't get any more edge than a Friday at a Super Series, and he delivered.
No, absolutely not. I think he's an adrenaline junkie personally. I think he likes to live on the edge and talk about this situation where he needs to deliver. He delivered. He did his end of the bargain, but the thing that gives you the extra nerves is that you don't have any control in the last match. He's got to rely on someone who hasn't won today to take out someone who has been ahead of him most of the time all week long. That's living on the edge. But now he's got an opportunity for Saturday night. Who knows what could come next?
Well, Moreno Blom is through alongside Thomas. This is how the table finalises then, because, well, Jamie Atkins finished 5th, but he was the other player that was in contention going into the final round's worth of matches. I feel like 5th would be an unfair assessment on his week. Would that be the same in your opinion?
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but we've got 5 players there who are separated by 2 points. This has been a cutthroat group, and fine margins are magnified by the mistakes that you make. I think we haven't had enough in the way of purple patches from Jamie, and maybe from some other players as well. We've had more consistency from this young man sitting next to me, and we've had maybe a little bit of jeopardy with Moreno Blom, but he timed his run to perfection. But like an 800-meter runner sitting at the back of the pack, and then with 20 meters to go, just dips at the tape. And that's a skill. It's not something he's done just once. He's done it twice now.
And so now we know half of our field for tomorrow evening's final. And you get the sense going into tonight that Scott Mitchell, Mike van Dijvenbode are in a very good suit to join Messrs. Banks, Blom and Heenahan.
They are, but they can't protect that lead. They've got to attack. If they attack and they have a really good start, I can foresee Mike and Scott being on 12 points, the both of them, by getting 3 wins on both nights. And then there will be a complete riot for that 3rd spot. Anybody could get that. Even Steve Hine, who had a terrible start last night.
Well, Thomas, final word goes to you. Now, you had that one at the UK Open, of course, not too long ago, but this weekend could be a real treasured weekend in your career if you have a good night here tomorrow, finish top of the ADC Order of Merit on Sunday. There's worse weeks in darts, isn't there?
Yeah, it's going really well, so that's all I can ask for. Development tour, I didn't play my best at all, but I come here with a point to prove. Monday, I was a bit just getting used to it again, like new surroundings, or not new, I've been here before, but new surroundings with how I'm playing. So I thought I'd come here, relax, and I didn't relax to the start today, but I'm really looking forward to tomorrow night. I feel like I'm going in there with no pressure, and I just want to go there and enjoy it and enjoy the experience.
The end of year looks a very busy one for you, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking forward to how much darts there is. There's a lot more opportunities for youth players now with JDC and stuff like that. Even the England setup, to get in the England teams, I've done that 2 years in a row. I could have done it this year, but I didn't want to. I wanted to focus on that step from youth to men's. So I'm just looking forward to how much darts there is, and I'm in a very good position heading into the back end of this year.
It's not a bad time to be a 17-year-old in darts, is it, Nico?
Oh, I wish back in 1996 that I had all the opportunities that he's had. And we screamed for years saying that you shouldn't have to wait until you're 18 to play darts. There should be a system in place. And everybody who's helped, the likes of Littler and Banks and other players who are coming through, including the girls as well, they all deserve a bit of a hat tip because one of their stars has just shone today.
Well, I shall see you in a few hours. Thomas, many congratulations on making it through to tomorrow night's final. We shall see you there. Enjoy your rest. See you tomorrow evening. We shall see you, though, a little bit later on tonight because we are back from 10 p.m. this evening for the conclusion of Group B, where we've got the Dog and the Pigeon who are top of the group. It does make sense, trust me. But as far as Group C is concerned, well, it was all about the two Bs, Banks and Blom, who made it through with some aplomb.